settings, with two notable examples being the strategy game Stellaris and the animated Pixar film The Incredibles. They claimed that a pre-sale in January had resulted in over $130,000 in revenue, but it could still be purchased at a 30% discount until the end of April, and once they sold 130,000 tokens, everyone's ZPE coin would be converted into a version which would be traded alongside others such as Bitcoin and Ethereum. Until then, all tokens would be tracked through Gaia's internal servers. However, there was a different kind of token which ZPE coin more closely resembled: shitcoins. Shitcoin is a term used both by supporters and detractors to describe cryptocurrencies with no utility, typically designed as classic pump-and-dump schemes, in which the creator and their associates give themselves large amounts of the token, make it available for purchase, inflate the value through social engineering, then rapidly sell their holdings, draining the liquidity pool and disappearing with the majority of the money. ZPE coin, however, distinguished itself by having a hypothetical utility. According to the Gaia website, ZPE coin would be the only way to purchase all of the new infinite energy devices that they were developing, though they also promised a number of other amenities for holding the coin, such as early access to projects and something that they vaguely called experiential retreats. An entire page of the website was dedicated to ZPE coin, which explained that those who purchased the token would be able to use dedicated services in order to exchange their coins for legal tender through their credit card, beginning in May. ZPE coin also had its own website, which included much of the same information alongside a referral program, which promised a 6% kickback for those who managed to convince others to buy the token. These kickbacks would be paid in ZPE coin. A frequently asked questions section included a remarkable claim that ZPE coin would become the center of a new economic system. One question and answer topic read, quote, "What is the difference between ZPE coin and other coins? ZPE coin is underwritten by the receding $60 trillion annual petrodollar economy. ZPE coin is the exclusive method of acquiring Gaia's Infinergy products. You must own ZPE coin to get unlimited power Infinergy products. As worldwide purchasing power is diverted from the petrol-based economy to our new decentralized consumer-based economy, the intrinsic value of ZPE coin will naturally increase." End quote. To help pitch these new infinite energy devices, multiple animations were made explaining the mission of Gaia and its perceived importance. These were uploaded to the YouTube channel of a phone and internet broker named Telephonet. Of note was an animated version of Nigel, who is referenced as a scientist and inventor working with Gaia. Many of these animations stress the importance of purchasing ZPE coin to aid in their mission.
Gaia supports inventors who produce life-changing technologies and want to see their creations helping people. We love our inventors, even with all their quirks and eccentricities. That's why we've created a path to propel their tech from the garage into people's hands. We also make sure they're paid fairly for life, and they don't have to give up their intellectual property. When you buy ZPE coin, you support the inventors who make our world a better place. Don't you agree it's time to support our inventors who want to help us with their ideas? So join us.
Their website touted 3 different technologies being researched by Gaia's scientists, though it appears their only scientist was Nigel. The first was what they called a quantum power cell, or QPC, which they described as, quote, "a simple yet effective zero-point energy device that will change the world forever. This energy industry interrupting technology will revolutionize how we access energy and, best of all, how we won't have to pay for it." End quote. The associated images suggested a device with a battery-shaped housing being used to charge a smartphone. The second device was alleged to be a water purification method which worked, quote, "by changing the electromagnetic structure of fluids passing through our devices." And a third was a water pump whose movement could also be used to produce electricity. While these latter two would remain vague, the quantum power cell would receive significant attention from Gaia, who published videos from Nigel showing off the device working.
What we got here?
Oh no!
Got an LED.
Oh no! He scammed these Bitcoin people.
A row of magnets. a row of zinc,
I mean, if you're going to scam somebody, scam Bitcoin bros.
a row of bits of paper, and some copper, and a final magnet over there, and an Avo. No trickery, we're on a wooden desk on a wooden floor.
Yes, trickery, or you wouldn't mention it. You're lying.
There. So, what was that? A minute and a half, including faults. Let's see what happens when we put an LED on it. Okay. Don't tell me you can't get it to work. Not rocket science, it's called clever science. It's not voodoo, it's called can do.
You sound like a carnival barker, you fucking idiot. Just shut up. If it was a real invention with real efficacious, like, you know, production, you would just be like, well, there you go. You wouldn't need all this fucking, like, this, like, sales pitch that you're running.
Witchcraft is goddamn art.
No, it's grift. It's the art of grifting.
So please do not tell me that this is a battery.
Brother built a lemon battery, so you can actually do this at home.
I was gonna say, you can turn a potato into a fucking, like, a wall socket essentially, and get it to power, like, lights and stuff. I've seen it before. You know, I've done it before. And you know, and I was just gonna say, this is a small generator that he built essentially.
It's not free infinite energy by any stretch. It will deplete. There's actually a very good video on this by Electro Boom of how exactly a copper zinc battery works and how it steals the electrons and then moves them through the circuit, and eventually it depletes all the electrons, and then that's just how chemical batteries work. Then your battery is used up, and that's it. In rechargeable batteries, the materials are such that you can replenish the electron charge, but you know, in your standard alkalines and your copper zincs, you can't. The magnets are doing nothing. It's just a copper zinc battery.
But he got like 150,000 people out of, $150,000 out of these Bitcoin people. He's not dumb, I guess, because, I mean, I don't think I had the intelligence to scam Bitcoin bros. I know, I mean, I do. I've got the intelligence. I just don't have the knowledge or know-how. I wouldn't even know where to begin. But he just, like...
You can do that.
Another problem with this is the Gaia company should have somebody as smart as this guy looking at the inventions.
This would just...
And they don't. They should have a real, like, bullshit detector type guy like this guy who comes in and is just like, that's just the battery.
The copper zinc with no magnets involved.
Yeah, we saw this in Breaking Bad when Walter White has Jesse Pinkman get all of the what's it called? Is it corrugated? Something about, like, or what? There's some form of metal that conducts electricity a lot better, and I can't remember what he asked for. But he's like, "Bring me galvanized." He's like, anything that's galvanized steel. He's like, bring me galvanized metal, anything. And they're out in the desert, and their battery dies in the in that crappy Winnebago. And they're cooking meth, and they're gonna like die of heat exposure and starvation and lack of water and stuff. And so they're like trying to get the battery on the Winnebago started, and they can build a meth empire and run it, but they can't get a Winnebago battery started, which is a beautiful little thing about humanity. Is like, no matter how big we grow or how powerful we become, simple things like a battery running out will shut us down completely and perhaps end our careers or get us killed. And we ignore the little things like they don't exist, but they can't exist. And the battery in the Winnebago is something that they should have considered before they went out into the desert. I would, if I was camping in the desert. I'd be like, no, at all times I'm going to need a second battery just sitting in the Winnebago somewhere. So if I forget, leave the lights on or something like that, I don't die out there of exposure and starvation or thirst, you know? And just simple stuff about camping. You probably want a second car battery if you have a Winnebago, because it's dangerous to go out there without one. So what does he do? He has Jesse Pinkman get all the galvanized steel and all the nuts and bolts out of all of the little devices and stuff in the whole Winnebago, and they throw it in a container of, I want to say, isopropyl alcohol or something. I forget what he does, but he throws all the galvanized steel in some water, I think it was, and then he just connects a circuit with the steel and the water, and he charges the battery with like some galvanized steel bolts and stuff. And I love that scene. It's like a MacGyver. It was like a return to MacGyver. It was a really good scene. And in Breaking Bad, getting that battery started, it was like an existential crisis. We can build a meth empire and go to combat with the Chicken Man, but we can't get a Winnebago battery started. And that's the state of the human race. You know, it's like we can dream about going to the moon, but we haven't been there in 75 years or whatever. It's kind of crazy.
It will not.
And so, you know, and so, yeah, like, and you can make batteries out of the weirdest things.
Change the output whatsoever.
Yeah, like, it's not endless energy. It's a battery. He did not create a cold fusion thing with a couple of magnets. That's not how that works.
Magnets are just holding it all together in his.
Yeah, like all the magnets are doing is being magnets. They're not like producing nuclear power. It's a couple of magnets. If magnets could produce nuclear power with just some stuff you could get out of your bedroom or whatever, we would have discovered cold fusion by now, because there's dudes who are being paid what's called tenure, right? There's scientists being paid full tenure, which means that they don't have to like keep their job. Obviously, they don't have to try and keep their jobs. They're going to have that position at MIT forever. And there's people at MIT who have tenure who are paid to just sit around with devices like this and try to come up with cold fusion or perpetual motion. And if they can't do that with shit they find in their house, you can't do it either. And trust me, they have like a scientific process towards, like, you know, trial and erroring and stuff, and they have to show case files and studies and stuff to their supervisors, because they're getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to sit around and try to figure out perpetual motion. And like, if those guys can't do it, you can't either. I'm not putting faith in. I'm not saying one single guy can't find it. You know, it's possible that one single guy might find cold fusion with some stuff that he has in his house. But I mean, we've been actively searching and you know, and trial and erroring this for like 100 years. If it's something that you can get in your house, somebody has probably tried it to try to get perpetual motion going.
These material realities would...
If you can find... See, like, it's kind of weird. If you can figure out a way to get perpetual motion... I thought my dad's idea was closer than any of these people. I want to patent my dad's idea, because it's really not that bad of an idea. You chain a raft... You make a raft out of 2-liter bottles, and inside the 2-liter bottles, you put propellers. And you string the propellers to a generator... And then you just release the raft to just sway in the tide. And the tide goes, you know, and like in places like LA, the waves are really good. You can just put a raft out there and the waves and chain it to the bottom of the ocean. And then, you know, and then it's just constantly swaying back and forth, because the tides, it is, you know, the perpetual motion, the energy, it comes from the lunar tides. The energy has to come from somewhere. So the lunar tides move the for no cost, the tidal wave, the lunar tidal waves will continue to move that raft back and forth, and the propellers inside the 2-liter bottles that support the raft continue to move, because they're being pushed through the water by the tidal force. And while it's still not perpetual motion, and it's still not endless energy, it is a good source of energy. I think that idea, I wish I could patent it, because I don't know why we don't have a bunch of these all over every coastline, because the waves themselves are free energy that we could harness, like solar and wind.
Would come to be an insurmountable problem in the
and he should have been fucking with ideas like that, like trying to make some fucking cold fusion machine out of some magnets and a battery and a fucking and a AV tester or whatever is fucking retarded. It's just not going to work. You can't make cold fusion out of some magnets. Tesla would have figured it out like hundreds of years ago if you could. Like, it's just not something that, you know, it's not something you can do. It's not, you need a little bit better of a generator there. You need the endless power of the sun, or the endless power of wind, or the endless power of lunar tidal waves and stuff like this that are just always going to be there. That'll always be a harnessable, form of energy. I think my dad's little piece of shit fucking, raft idea is far, far, far superior than this idiot's lies.
Production.
Because you can make what my dad was talking about. You can actually make it. It's very simple. It's probably like, it's like a wood platform. You could do it with a pallet. You could do it with a pallet, right? You could take a pallet and you could put 2-liter bottles filled with air under the pallet, right? You could use garbage essentially to make the device, except for a chain and the generator. And you put a waterproof generator on top of the pallet. You tie it to the, you string it to the propellers, and then you run the raft in the waves forever, and it is an endless source of energy. It's probably expensive it's not that expensive to make it, but it doesn't generate that much power for how much of a footprint it has, the whole raft idea, but it's still a better idea than what this jackass is talking about. I could do my father's idea. You can't make cold fusion out of some magnets. I mean, you can, but they would have to be powered by something. And that power has to come from somewhere, and that's not perpetual motion, is it? It's not cold fusion, is it?
The quantum power cell. Eventually,
I love thinking about cold fusion. There's this, my favorite movie when I was growing up was a really genuinely good Keanu Reeves film. It was his first film, if I recall. And what was it called? Was it like The Trigger Effect or something like that? I can't remember. What's the Keanu Reeves movie where he finds cold fusion? What's the Keanu Reeves movie? It was like one of his first movies, if not his first. Oh, Jesus Christ, you're fucking failure ass piece of shit software developer, and your fucking tortious negligence and your bad code that barely works. You fucking shitheads. You're costing humanity. It's fucking stupid. What was the Keanu Reeves movie? I think it was his first movie where he discovers cold fusion and the government tries to kill him for it. Chain Reaction. Yeah, I was like, is it Trigger Effect? No, it's Chain Reaction. Chain Reaction is really good. In this film, Keanu Reeves plays Eddie I forget how you say this, Kasalovich, something. A student machinist at the University of Chicago who is part of a team that discovers a way to extract low-cost, emission-free energy from water using a stable form of fusion. After a breakthrough, the lab is destroyed, his mentor is murdered, and Eddie is framed for the crime, forcing him to go on the run from both the FBI and a shadowy government linked organization. And this was like the first hint of the global elite. It was the first time Hollywood ever warned us about them, besides Network. Like Network, and there was a couple movies in the 70s that warned about it, and there's stuff about aliens like Close Encounters of the Third Kind and all that do the first kind, third kind, I forget which it is. They do kind of talk about, do kind of talk about the deep state, but I think Chain Reaction was like the first movie that used it as like a full-blown, like the main plot device, which is the deep state is trying to kill this brilliant young scientist played by Keanu Reeves. And it wasn't his first movie, no. It was like his fifth movie or something like that. But it was, oh no, never mind. He had done a lot of stuff before this, but yeah, Morgan Freeman was in this film, and he was the guy who gets killed. And Rachel Weisz, she was fucking hot. She was so hot back then. It was directed by Andrew Davis, who had just directed. She's always been hot, but I mean, she was like at the prime of her life back then. Who had just directed The Fugitive, which was a really good film. Because of this, many people felt Chain Reaction was essentially The Fugitive with cold fusion, and it was. It was like The Fugitive with cold fusion. Like, he has to escape a train, if I recall. There's a couple cool motorcycle scenes. He's good with a motorcycle, if I recall. Yeah, and it kind of plays like it plays like The Fugitive, but with cold fusion. Yeah, and they're right about that. And I love this film. And ever since Chain Reaction, I've been fucking obsessed with cold fusion. How do you make cold fusion? I think it's something to do with the lunar waves. I think my father's idea was not that far off from actually solving it. It's not perpetual motion. It's just chaining something that lasts for hundreds of millions of years, like the lunar tides or the sun. But it's still not cold fusion. They want cold fusion, which is just like make electricity out of water. It's kind of like, you know, turn wine to, or turn. It's kind of like wanting to turn water to wine. You actually can't. You know, it's just impossible to do that. So I mean, you could 3D print some wine probably, but you can't actually turn water to wine like Jesus or whatever. That's one of the miracles he supposedly did or whatever. And like, you know, yeah, and I don't need cold fusion. I worry about planetary Earth issues, which is that we do have like basically an almost endless emission free energy in solar and in wind and in water. And so we've done water mills all of mankind's history. We have chained the power of water since medieval times. You know, we've had water mills like for forever. A water mill is a thing that we understand. That's something we've done for thousands of years. It's how you harness energy for a farmer using the river that flows through his land. It's brilliant, really. Windmills. I'm sorry, not windmills, watermills. Watermills are beautiful too when you see them. I think the Dutch came up with them first, but it's like, but they're kind of a Dutch design, but they're beautiful watermills. I've seen a few of them in my lifetime. They're quite interesting things. And so, yeah, I always thought, like, I don't need to turn water into electricity like they want to do, and that's what chain reaction supposition of what cold fusion's most likely solution is most likely going to be. It's like some kind of salinization of water or something like that. And I was like, no, it's chaining the power of the sun or the wind or the tides to just give us what is, by all effects, free energy, because we've been doing that for thousands of years, and we were on track. You know, we've been doing windmills and water mills for thousands of years, and I believe that is the solution somewhere in there. I believe the thing that we've been doing the whole time that was a reliable solution, what is also probably the solution to cold fusion, or not cold fusion, but at least perpetual motion, right? With perpetual motion, if you could tame the power of the waves and start using it to generate electricity, you could use the electricity to like run some other really efficient machine, like a nuclear power, like nuclear power. And so there's a lot of steps in it. A lot of scientists look at it like all we have to do is find cold fusion. All these other extra steps are actually just us being inefficient. But I mean, I think we do have to kind of slow step with like water mills or windmills, or chain the power of tidal waves or the sun or the moon, that kind of thing. I don't think we're ever going to find cold fusion. It's not something. I feel like it would violate God's law or something if we did, because it's like, you know, it's like that old. It's like the opening intro to FMA, which is Full Metal Alchemist, right? I love the intro to Full Metal Alchemist because it talks about the law of equivalency, which is something I do believe in. What is the quote from the opening intro of Full Metal Alchemist about the laws of equivalence exchange? The quote you're looking for is the classic opening narration that defines the core philosophy of the series. It's usually voiced by Alphonse Elric. Humankind cannot gain anything without first giving something in return, right? So, but we don't have to give anything in return to the moon or the sun. Those are just givens that are going to be there for hundreds of thousands of years. We're probably okay in using them as an energy source because they're just around forever, you know? Humankind cannot gain anything without first giving something in return. To obtain something of equal value must be lost. That is alchemy's first law of equivalence exchange. In those days, we really believed that to be the world's one and only truth. And that's how I feel too. I really believe in the laws of equivalence exchange. You have to give something if you want to get something. These people that want cold fusion out of water, they're greedy. It's not going to be that fucking easy. We're going to have to chain the power of the sun and the moon and the movement of water before we ever reach cold fusion. And we have done so. We have not mastered solar in any way or form, but we have mastered wind, I think. And like, and so we mastered wind. We're on our way to master solar. It's expensive and we don't know about it that well yet. We haven't been doing it that long. And we're on our way to figure out maybe the movement of water too. Maybe we can harness the movement of the tides, maybe even. And so I feel that my father's idea was closer to a perpetual motion machine than this idiot. It's weird. And I am obsessed with this problem, just like he is, about how to create cold fusion. He thinks he can do it with magnets because he thinks that magnets are magic or whatever, when it's just polarizing fields. And those fields, they have to come from somewhere. If you want the magnet to be the endless motion machine, you're going to have to charge the magnet and keep its polar field strong. That requires an energy source from somewhere else. Then you don't have perpetual motion, right? It's simple stuff. So,
the Gaia and ZPE coin.
I can't believe Bitcoin took a part of this. I can't believe Bitcoin is a part of this story. I never ever would have thought Bitcoin would have been part of this at all.
Websites would alter their descriptions of the project.
Fucking Bitcoin, man. I like Bitcoin. I think it's actually a good invention because it at its core, it does what Ken promised it would do, which is a currency that is untraceable by any government or any entity. And that is valuable. It's valuable. Like having privacy about the things that you buy, that has a value, especially if it's like military stuff. You don't want the world to know that you're buying stuff if you're military. So, yeah, like Bitcoin as an idea, it should have occurred. It should have happened. It is something that we do need. But all these criminals that used it to pay for child sex and all the Jeffreys of the world, all the criminals and stuff that gave Bitcoin a bad name. It's not so good because in the end, the concept of Bitcoin is solid and sound. It's a currency that cannot be traced by any world government. And that is a solid idea. For many reasons, if nothing else, security. Security is the main reason, but it's for security reasons, Bitcoin is actually really good. So, but these criminal grifters, they get their hands on the concept that they just want to steal from people and get their Bitcoin wallets and stuff because they're criminals. But Bitcoin itself is fine. Bitcoin, like AI, is a good tool. It's not inherently evil like they try to say it is.
With the status section on the latter reading, quote,
I have purchased Bitcoin in my lifetime. I purchased $200 worth of Bitcoin, which was like it's 0.00076 or some weird amount or something of a Bitcoin. And I used it to try to purchase a drug dealer vendor. Or sorry, not vendor, but like a vendor stall in an online market called Dream. And I found out the hard way. I thought it was only going to be like $100 to get on, but no, they charge you like $450 if you want to have a vendor stall on Dream or whatever the online Pirate Bay is now. And so I looked into that. I was like, well, I have 2 different meth cooks that have really good meth. I could just sell that globally, couldn't I? How is that any different from selling it on Craigslist? And so I was like, why don't I just go global and make Bitcoin selling dope? And so I looked into it and I went and chased it until I realized that they wanted $500 just to get the vendor stall. They weren't making any guarantees at all that you would make any sales whatsoever. It was just $500 in Bitcoin that you have to hand Dream if you want to be on Dream. And I was like, I'm not paying $500 to internet criminals to find out if I can have a drug business or not. That's insane. Even if I had like $1 million, I probably wouldn't do it because it's too shaky. So,
quote, the QP.
But I have purchased Bitcoin with the intention of being a drug dealer online. It's crazy, but I did do that. I went to an ATM on Federal. They said way back then, like 10 years ago, they would allow you to just buy Bitcoin with cash at the ATMs, and they still do. You can do that at casinos and stuff like that. It's actually a lot easier to attain Bitcoin than you might think. Anyways.
Project was delayed.
Most people don't fuck with Bitcoin because they're not stupid. It's so volatile and it's such a criminal market right now that it's really, really dangerous to work in Bitcoin. It's fucking dangerous. I would rather be a lion tamer, frankly. It's fucking dangerous to work in Bitcoin. I wouldn't do it. It would be bad for my health, I think.
2018 for funding reasons. An issue arose with the wet paper design causing corrosion. Gaia engineers sought a non-corrosive replacement material. No suitable natural material was found, although many were tried. We sought the advice of a nano-engineering expert who quoted about $40,000 to develop a material, but could not guarantee it would work. End quote. This problem with corrosion can be explained by the natural processes of a chemical battery, as definitionally, the material would corrode as electrons were stolen from its component parts. No material would be sufficient to prevent this, as if it did, it would rob the quantum power cell of its only actual method of producing electricity. But by June, Nigel had apparently lost interest in the QPC and had moved on to a new...
You know, all my life I've kind of believed that I'm an idiot, that I do dumb things like drugs and I do dumb things like break the law and all this stuff, and that's just purview of an idiot, right? That's the thing. That's the sort of thing that an idiot does. And I've been constantly pursued by the police and all this stuff, and I would say that's kind of the kind of thing that a dumb person does, right? But then in the background, I'm like ruminating on my father's wave machine idea on how to solve the energy crisis in the background using my father's invention and shit like this, and thinking about cold fusion in my free time. I don't know if that's the purview of an idiot. I don't think most people sit around thinking about cold fusion, but I do, you know.
Energy producing invention, the radiant power panel. According to
The radiant
Nigel, this panel consisted of numerous LEDs placed in a tight configuration,
which
next to
are
one
powered
another.
by...
And when he did so, it could not only
Which are powered by what, magnets?
take power from any light source, but
What?
also from what he called alternately scalar
Bullshit!
waves and background solar radiation.
Bullshit!
Notably,
Bullshit!
by this point, he had
Complete bullshit. If we had that kind of power, the world would be completely different. It appears that he can do math, but I don't think he knows what he's doing math about.
taken on assistance.
This is Nigel and Andrew from Gaia. What you can see here is a Generation 2 radiant power panel. It was formed from the research we gained on the Generation 1, which was costed off the shelves. This was purposely designed to do one function.
It's
That's
a solar
to take
panel.
the background stellar radiation that is ambient across the planet and convert it into an energy source which goes along the red and black cable here.
Nope.
So, what he is
He's making a solar panel. He is a fucking idiot. He's trying to reinvent a solar panel.
doing is using an
See, I said it before he said it.
LED light panel as a bad
What powers the LEDs? Is the sun?
solar panel. Something that is maybe not a well-known fact is that LEDs, like, they can be used as really bad light detectors because they're effectively really bad solar panels. They produce light at a p-in junction similar to any silicon device. So if you pulled the cap off of like a big power transistor, that also works as a really shitty solar panel. That silicon junction is what a solar panel is. So shining a light at any of those junctions, if they're exposed in such a way that you can, is going to produce a small amount of voltage, even though they aren't laid out to be optimized like an actual like power producing.
He's a smart criminal in the respect that he's trying to con these genius people, and he's successfully doing so as well, by reinventing things like solar panels and batteries and just delivering it in a way where they don't understand what they're looking at.
Solar panel is.
However, the LED panel was only a part of a larger system. This would be combined with another device that he called a light bridge, which involved connecting numerous LEDs together in a sequence to dramatically increase the voltage of the electricity, which he would use to charge a battery. Despite his excitement, though, Nigel was operating under a severe misconception.
In order to charge a battery, you must have a lot of power from somewhere, and that's not LEDs. Yeah, it's Ohm's law. Yeah.
Misconception is people not knowing Ohm's law or like understanding the difference between
voltage and power. Yeah, gigajoules are a lot different from power grid.
And power. If you have something that takes 10 watts in and gets 100 watts out,
basic science.
That's a power gain. If you measure that on this mythical device, that would be a power gain, right? But if you have something, you can change voltage as much as you want because it's a balancing act with the current that it's capable of supplying. The main misunderstanding here, and like the thing that ties this all together, is your power equation, which is power equals P equals IV, I being current, V equals voltage. That will maintain the same no matter what. 5 volt at 1 amp is 5 watts. 10,000 volts at 0.5 milliamps is also 5 watts. You haven't gained any power. Someone DM'd me and said, I've invented this free power device that I think you can make. You're the only one that could pull it off. And their idea was basically take a 12 volt motor and hook it to a 120 volt generator.
No.
And you're gonna get free power because
the
voltage is more.
No.
But it would just convert it to a lower current, higher voltage type. And that's something that people get twisted a lot.
In order to show that it worked, he used a drill plugged into a battery that the panel had been charging.
Like so, and if we now drill a hole.
Profoundly unpleasant drilling sounds.
Oh, we drilled a few holes. Does that prove a point?
After quietly removing the water pump inventions from the websites, they began touting yet another invention from Nigel. The electromagnetic inverter, a device that appears identical to the electromagnetic intensifier that he had shared 2 years earlier.
Nigel Cheese is such a dumb name. Like, what? And I swear to God, he did make it up. They say it's his legal name, but no, I think he made his name up and got it changed somehow or something. I don't know if I believe that. Did I get the slave yet? I don't know. Not enough cargo space. What? Bring the damsel. Okay, set destination. I did get the damsel, which is good. Let's go.
Warp drive active.
On his YouTube channel, claiming that they were, quote, designed to provide unlimited electricity required for commercial...
That is a lie. If you had that, all the world would come knocking on your door, being like, sir, I would like to buy your patents. I would like to do this. I would like to, you know... You don't have an electromagnetic inversion device. Stop lying.
And industrial applications requiring high AC voltages. The page for the EMI on the ZPE Coin website touted that they believe the value of this
to make this device that sits on a table.
Technology to be $50 trillion, though how they arrived at this number isn't detailed. However, they were reticent to share too much information
lies,
on it,
and
writing
making
that,
shit up.
Quote,
that's how he
the
got
EMI
there.
technology are being closely held due to its enormous power generation potential. The application of EMI installations must be closely vetted and monitored for beneficial uses only.
Yeah, they're like... Like if you actually figure out cold fusion, you can make yourself a pretty mean laser gun. You know, you could, if you had that kind of power, if you had cold fusion, you could easily make the Star Wars blaster that shot a red, you know, thing of light that fucking blasted a hole perfectly, and the bullet never ever drops because it's a laser, right? It doesn't have friction to the air the way a bullet does. It's a beam of light, so it just travels at whatever speed it travels at, and and kills you. And so, yeah, if anybody, and that's what he's mentioning. He's like, we have to be very careful that people only use this to benefit mankind, or they'll build death lasers. And he's right about that. Elon Musk just this year was like, I told you guys that I wouldn't ever arm the drones, but I'm going to arm the drones, and we're going to make these crazy drone tanks and stuff.
End quote. By this point, however, it was becoming clear that not enough tokens.
I'm scared that war is going to become this thing where they just send a fucking, like a drone. They just send a drone, and this thing the size of a car shows up outside your house and just blows it up, and there's no humans involved except for you.
Have been sold to reach the milestone that would allow.
There's a human watching on a camera 5 miles away or whatever it is. But it's like, you know, or however that works. But I mean, beyond that, and we're getting good at flying drones now too. Like I don't know if you guys are aware, but they actually have like drone piloting competitive drones, right? They have competitive drone flight. And it's insane to see the tricks that they can do and the stuff that they can do. And it's fun to watch too, because the drone has its own camera. Yeah, competitive drone racing is insane. Like, I don't even know. I mean, I know how they do it. They just do it all day. And but I mean, yeah, here. See it? Yeah, the drone's so good now that if it were to experience a catastrophic crash, the camera probably still runs. So you could just access the camera data, figure out where the drone was, and recover the drone. If not, just RFID the drone. So it's like crazy. I didn't think drones were this spry. Drones are spry. They're like human spry. They can move as fast as a human can think, basically. See it? Yeah, like the thought of, I want to go around that thing is about all the time that drone has, you know? The drone's moving pretty much at the speed of thought, basically. Being controlled by a controller like a video game. My mother suggested I do this. She's like, take your video game skills to somewhere in the real world, like piloting drones. And I was like, I don't want to sit in front of a television 14 hours a day. I already do that, and I know I'm going to do that playing MMOs. Sitting in front of a television piloting a drone is not video games. There's the fundamental crippling problem. We missed it. Go back. So how long till they just send this to your house to kill you if they don't like you? If you don't vote for them, kind of thing? We're headed towards some bad... Some of this tech, it needs regulation that we didn't do. Dope as fuck though, right? Isn't this like the Batman? I think this is the Batman thing. Or at least part of it. How, like when in the beginning of the second film. Yeah, this would be so fun to skateboard, but also really, really dangerous. So cool. They can just fucking fly around this crazy, like, fucking stadium. They, like, set up a fucking, like, a thing, like a racetrack. Wow. Amazing drone flying. So cool. That's a nice camera. That's a nice camera. Colorado, I think. Hard to tell. I think that's Colorado. I don't know. The trees, yeah, the trees check out. It's the Rocky Mountains. I just don't know where. So cool. Yeah, like I was into this guy for a while called Rocky Mountain Ovens, and he's like this survivor Bear Grylls type guy, and he like goes out with nothing but a backpack essentially and just stays out in the wild for like 3 weeks and stuff off of just his knowledge and traps that he sets and stuff. And I saw him messing with a drone, and that's how I knew. He was using a drone to figure out what was around him so he didn't have to walk. And I was like, genius, fucking genius. It saves you a lot of energy. It is like, in order to understand what all's around you and what direction it is, you have to do a lot of walking, and that's a waste of energy when you can just send a drone to fly it in 2 minutes what would take you an hour. And so when I saw survivalists using a drone to scout the terrain, I was like, wow, it's a tech that's solid. If they're already using it for stuff like that, it's a really truly solid tech. Drones are cool for like bomb disposal. You can like have a drone go pick up a bomb and just take the bomb out to like the desert, you know, blow it and detonate up in the sky. Drones can do cool stuff. I would be scared, frankly scared. I would be very scared to send a drone this far away from me, because then, like, you know, then you're going to have to trek through all these woods to find wherever the drone loses its signal or runs out of power. And how do you find it if it's in some crazy forest like this? How would you even find it? These people have that kind of, like, they're assuming that they might lose the drone, and they might have to pay like another $4,000 or something. So they just accept the risk, I guess. But that's unacceptable to me. That's the side of the tech that I don't like. It's incredibly wasteful tech, drones. Uses a lot of batteries and fills landfills. Drones get broken a lot and completely replaced. And that's not so good for the environment. Anyways, I don't want to stare at this mountain any longer. It's just kind of boring, but...
Holders of ZPE coin to trade their tokens on a blockchain, and no update on such had been made. This, however, was likely a blessing in disguise. In a July vulnerability report made by the American Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, hundreds of Ethereum tokens were identified as having a similar integer overflow vulnerability, which would allow the creators of the token to set the value of ZPE coin in anyone's wallet to any number, as high or as low as they wished, largely defeating any advantage that blockchain technology might have offered. However, if any of this concerned Nigel, he made no show of it, as he continued to record videos for the Telephonet YouTube channel, including the lecture that would garner him the most attention. 1 + 1 = 1 the video, alien emoji. By this point, he had come to believe that the Royal Navy was ultimately the cause of him losing his daughter. In another of these videos, he...
No, that was your wife, you idiot. She's probably really right to get that little girl away from you.
Clarifies that he wasn't working.
You are nuts. She's probably a really smart lady, and at least emotionally intelligent, and she knows that the daughter shouldn't be raised around you. You're some crazy criminal, like, I don't know, new ager who's worried about mad scientist stuff, and I don't think that's a good influence on a little girl.
For Gaia, but rather he was volunteering for them, a technicality that he hoped would help him avoid taxation.
I work for a company called Gaia. I don't actually work. I give all my services free of charge. That's so Mr. Taxman can't come and fuck me. I don't work for money.
What?
I work for the greater good of humanity.
Yes, you do. You're lying again. Everything you say is a lie. You're a pathological liar. They just talked about the $150,000 donation you took from these people. They are paying you.
Humanity. I give all of my...
You're not Jesus. You're not going to save humanity. Stop talking like that. You're crazy.
Time. All of my expertise and knowledge for
free.
For the greater good of humanity.
For the greater good.
Gaia, in their benevolence...
I don't think you know how to pronounce Gaia, much less make a perpetual motion machine.
I've hosted a website. They have hosted the...
You're working with Gaia? Yeah. Has Gaia paid you? You seem to be saying that you were for free, you idiot. It doesn't surprise me. So you're just a slave with extra steps, I guess, essentially, for no reason?
Of the equipment. They do so in a benevolent manner. As a gift to humanity, the taxman can't charge benevolence.
Nigel's claim that he wasn't working for money was perhaps contradicted by
by Gaia. Remember
Gaia's earnings and expenses report released early the following year. While Gaia fell significantly...
It is Gaia, not Gaia. You know, saying you're Gaia. Gaia is a Roman AE, which is always I. Sounds like a hard I.
Short of their funding goals through ZPE.
I'm trying to think of other words like this. Aether. Aether originally had an A in front of it, but now it's like ETHER.
eCoin, they still declared their funding round a success, writing, quote, "In 2018, Gaia sponsored a scientific team who discovered several methods of capturing raw ionic energy from the cosmos, thereby confirming its existence. That was step one. We also made great headway learning to convert this raw cosmic energy into a form humans can use, AC electricity." End quote. They were extremely optimistic about the coin's future, writing, quote, "ZPE coin is guaranteed to increase 80% from $5 to $8
it's guaranteed to be a scam.
Depending on performances, it might even double to $10 beginning
never
in
a
2020. End quote. In another slide, they stated that April of 2019 would bring with it remarkable progress in its technologies. A later slide shows raw numbers. They claim that their total income, generated from the sale of ZPE coin, totaled $154,418.80. Approximately $40,000 of that total was listed as going directly to Nigel, with a further $24,000 going to assistant engineers, and yet another nearly $25,000 going toward what they labeled various vendors for materials, tools, software, and services. A large portion of this money also went to administrative expenses, though the expertise and duties of those receiving the money went unspecified. And then, quite suddenly, Gaia would go completely silent. As the months passed with no updates, those hopeful for Nigel's inventions began leaving comments underneath Gaia's videos on the Telephonet YouTube channel, some hoping to make contact with Nigel to either acquire or assist in creating the inventions that would revolutionize the field of energy production and, by extension, dramatically advance human civilization. A comment from user Reiki Master WSB indicates that, by 16 months after their last video, the Gaia website was offline. Some of these hopeful parties would receive a reply over a year later from Greg Ottensmeyer, president of Telephonet and also listed as the president of Gaia on their annual report. Replying to one commenter, Ottensmeyer wrote unflatteringly of Nigel, quote, Nigel abandoned the project in December 2019 after his extortion demand for $35,000 was not met. He has refused to communicate since that time. Unfortunately, I believe he took it as far as he could go and ultimately realized he could not achieve the promises he made. There is no
ultimately it was clear that he hadn't discovered cold fusion. Yeah. The law of conservation of mass. You cannot create matter out of nothing. To create an object weighing 1 kilogram, you must provide 1 kilogram of raw material. The law of natural providence. The material being transmuted must have the same properties as the intended result. You can't turn a wooden chair into a silver sword. It has to be made of materials that share the same chemical makeup. Yep. God, I loved Full Metal Alchemist. I don't know why. It's kind of a bad show in some ways because it's totally kitschy and schlocky the whole way through. Armstrong is schlocky and he's constantly there. Like everything, it's just weird and like, but I still loved it. I thought it was a really good one. Oh, Capsuleer Day. When does this start? Let's see. Oh, I need to wait until I detonate. But yeah, wait until I detonate. Capsuleer Day, Warpath is coming. The Empires prepare to face each other in battle. All out war. Oh, they're bringing factional warfare to... Oh, cool. So it's Capsuleer Day, huh? Yeah. Ooh, Capsuleer Day soon. I'm in Otuni. Oh, cool. I made the wrong... Oh, no. VS side. Cool. Cool. Odd. Oh, maybe I have... No. I need to get in my... Where is my Mackinac? Wait, what? Mac. Oh. Oh, oops. That's the wrong station. Ugh, my arm hurts and I've slid down too far. I like this couch, but it's a very comfortable couch and it sucks you in, kind of.
Docking request accepted.
Which is normally fine if I didn't have a broken arm.
No other reasonable conclusion. End quote. In reply to another user
He was cheesy, alright.
asking about acquiring the red and blue boxes seen in Nigel's videos with the Radiant Power Panel, Ottensmeyer explained that, quote, "The red and blue boxes are not available because they were considered proprietary property of Dr. Nigel Cheese. However, I can tell you they were composed of breadboards with LED bulbs and a few other diodes. I wish I could help you more, but Cheese abandoned the project midstream and broke his promise to deliver working units after being paid thousands of dollars. Good luck." End quote. He also explained that Gaia was no longer accepting donations, though they were planning on reactivating their website. But by this point, Ottensmeyer had already moved on to other fringe beliefs and interests, making a post about the Akashic records to his LinkedIn page in December of 2019. Gaia would post one final video from Nigel 2 years and 8 months after their first and only annual report, though Nigel's displeasure with Gaia was obvious. A disclaimer at the beginning distanced the group from Nigel's rhetoric, stating that, quote, "The content contained in the videos published on Gaia's channels are strictly the theories, opinions, and representations of the author only. Parental guidance is suggested, as some language may not be suitable for children." End quote. In this video, Nigel presents what appears to be his light bridge, a multimeter, and a clothing iron, which he refers to as a
fucking big thing. Now, if I can make them LEDs light up, it means I have a circuit through this.
No.
So I've got plugged off here. This is just for you, okay? So when I do that, I've got a circuit.
This is like amateur hour, basic electrician stuff. Basic electricians, they mess with circuits like this. And he seems to think because he's doing it, he's got Dunning-Kruger so bad that he seems to think that because he's doing it, he's special for some reason. But journeyman electricians, they'll sit and fuck with e-meters like this all day long. They'll just sit there and fucking try to build circuits and stuff like this because it is their job. If they're good at it, if they want to make like the big bucks as an electrician, they need to actually understand all of the concepts and everything, right? So this shit that he's doing here, all this stuff with wires and stuff, this is basic electrician course stuff. It's not this groundbreaking thing. He just believes that anything that he does is super special, which is just Dunning-Kruger. It's not actually the case.
I've got plugged off here. This is just for you, okay? So when I do that, I've got a circuit, and I've got 1/3 of an amp. How does that sound? So it works.
No, it doesn't.
With the correct engineering assistance,
nope,
we can power any device. There's no drop in voltage, none whatsoever.
Bullshit.
Okay? So those in Gaia who have been scratching their heads saying, what the fuck? And should we really release any money to this technology? And no, we won't invest. We'll just keep you singing until you produce a couple of 1,000 gigawatts of power. We'll make you starve and suffer. We won't give you any money. But we'll just take everybody's money off them. But we'll tell them we're investing it, and we won't really pay the people who need the money to do the work. So as you can gather, I'm a little bit pissed off with people in Gaia who are withholding the funds. Okay?
However, it appears that by this point, Gaia had mostly disbanded, and only a few pages relating to ZPE coin remain online. As of the writing of this video, both the Gaia website and the ZPE coin website remain a blank white page. But while Gaia would fold, Nigel would persist, albeit in a limited fashion. He continued his search for energy-producing devices with another unit that he appears to have invented in 2021, which he named PCAMS, alongside a team of unnamed engineers.
This is PCAMS.
PCAMS.
I wrote this presentation as an investor brief, and I've given this brief to many people over the last month or so.
This device, much like his electromagnetic intensifier, would purportedly
bullshit.
Multiply any electrical energy that he sent through it.
You mean he lied?
Like his other devices, which he claimed were harvesting untapped
I like calling bullshit on these liars.
Energy, he seemed to be claiming that this device created completely new energy from nothing.
Which would revolutionize, like, mankind.
We put it together, and they constructed a device, and they put in 5 watts of energy on one side and got 28.8 on the other.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. You're doing something.
Now, when I went to school, 28 is bigger than 5. which means we got out more.
Which means you somehow like technologically committed magic, essentially. You've done magic is what you're saying. The law of equivalence exchange is a real thing. I really believe in it. You can't just take some power. You can split some atoms, but you can't just go and take some power and quadruple it. Not without some crazy catalyst or splitting an atom or some such. You're going to need some energy source that's abundant. And, you know, in law of equivalent exchange dictates that no, if you put 5 watts into the PCAM, you're going to have 5 watts going out of the PCAM. It doesn't just magically produce 10 times the power. No. That's magic you're talking about. That it violates the laws of nature pretty much. It is magic what you're talking about. Or another word for it, bullshit.
Or than we put in.
Bullshit, real bullshit like this bothers me so bad. It just leads people astray. Sometimes costs humanity money. It's, you know, it's just not so good. And this guy is full of shit. He's full of shit. 5 watts in, 5 watts out.
Therefore,
when I fuck a girl and I come and I squirt semen inside of her, it's not suddenly 5 gallons because I say it is. It's the same load it's the same amount of load. Generally, it's different because it's biological, but you know, I don't suddenly blow a whole water balloon inside of her just because I say I do. You know, that's not how that works. No, it's the same semen. It's always been. It's the same, you know, I'd say $50 size amount of genetic material or whatever, white stuff. And it's like, no, just because I say it's 5 times the amount of semen doesn't make it real. Where the fuck is the other 5 times the amount of semen going to come from? It's not coming from you unless you jack off all day and save it or something. It's insane. This isn't how reality works. Reality is you put something in. I mean, it's right here, very clear. It's the law of natural providence. The law of conservation of mass. Excuse me. You cannot create matter out of nothing. To create an object weighing 1 kilogram, you must provide 1 kilogram of raw material. If you want 28 watts, you have to channel 28 watts. You can't just put 5 watts in and hope for 28. That's lying.
The laws of entropy, you can't have something for free.
Yeah, no, it's law of equivalence exchange, bitch. You get what you put in something, you get an equal amount back out. Very simple law of nature, pretty much. It's like a law of nature, I would say, some people would say. And it is true. You can't just go, oh, I suddenly produced 22 more watts because I turned on a machine. Well, what does the machine do? Does it harness sunlight or water or power like all of our other energy devices? Or split the atom or whatever? Or what? What does it do? Because where is the other 25 watts coming from? It doesn't wave a magic wand and suddenly you've got triple or 5 times the amount of power. That's not how that fucking works. That's like cold fusion is actually more of an idea of perpetual motion. And the problem with that is the perpetual motion probably won't charge a generator very efficiently. There's even problems with perpetual motion concepts because it's like you can't charge a generator very quickly off of a perpetual motion machine. It's going to take time. So how efficient would perpetual motion even be? Because it's like it takes time. Everything takes time, and whatever you put in, you get back out again. So it's like, you know, so I don't know. This guy's dumb shit. It's so dumb. Fucking bullshit. Delete. Ooh, we're gonna make this money real good. Real good. Got to go tip the orca. Don't forget to tip. I'm hot, dressed like a skater. I'm high like Shaun White. I'm high all day. You can call this shit a long flight. Every night's a holiday. Every night's a holiday or whatever. Every day's a holiday. Every night's a party. Every day's a holiday. I forget all the lyrics. The Lil Wayne lyrics are actually so good. Give money, $20 million. $20 million. Dawa. For the boost. Okay. 8.1 bill. I am down a little bit. Or am I up? I don't know. Maybe I sold stuff. We could always go and look at my transaction log because I appear to be about 700 mil north of what I was yesterday. So let's go see. You can go see what happened. In the wallet, we're looking at transactions. Where did this sudden money come from? Probably market transactions. A player donation. Oh no, sorry. Ooh, 500 million. No, I guess I didn't make any money. It's weird. I'm just down. That's alright. Do I have HyperNet running? I think I made some bets, didn't I? Oh, yeah, I did. Nice. I got BPOs. I got BPOs. I got BPOs. I got BPOs. I think I'm down on survival games. I think Wimrose put me down on survival games. They're quite the little hamster loop, you know, a little hamster treadmill. They take a lot of work for not that much return. I like the building and I like the sandbox and I like that aspect of it. And I always will. I love Rust, but I think I'm down on survival games. I think Wimrose kind of put a bad taste in my mouth a little bit because it's like survival needs to be a little bit more these days, and this is a really standard game, I think, in a lot of ways. I should be playing it because I spent $30 on it, but I mean, I don't know. It's early access. I'm not in any rush.
And you can't have more out than you put in. I'm total lie. That was the whole construct of the thermodynamics principles.
You have skipped it. You did not learn it, or you are just pretending that you can ignore equivalent exchange. No, you can't ignore equivalent exchange. If you put 5 watts in, you're going to get 5 watts out or less.
Which has driven
You're not going to get 5 times the amount, no.
this world for at least the
It would have to be some kind of nuclear-powered machine or something.
last 200 years was built on falsity. It was a rabbit hole.
The vast majority of this presentation was dedicated to discussing how useful such a device would be. Towards the end, he encourages
if it was real,
the viewer to internalize what he's said, warning that humanity faces doom if they do not adopt and invest in his technologies.
What?
So there is the brilliance in PCAMs. And please, it's the last time for humanity. The very, very last time it's being offered.
You know who else talks like this guy? David Icke. He acts like he knows.
You choose the wrong one now, and you're...
I used to feel obligated to like David Icke because of the people around me, like my stepfather and my best friends and such. But I don't want to support David Icke anymore. I heard some terribly anti-Semitic stuff out of him.
Your species will be dead within 30 years.
No. You can't kill the human race. I challenge you to try. We already tried to do it in World War II. Yeah, and we're doing just fine.
I kid you not, each and every one of you.
You can't kill us. Life will find a way. To quote the great Jurassic Park or whatever, life will find a way. It always does. You can't kill the human race just by not having an efficient energy machine. That's not how this works. A ton of the human race doesn't even have electricity.
Who waste this opportunity?
It's true. A ton of us are third world and do not have electricity at all. It sucks, but it is true. And, you know, a ton of the world does not have electricity, and so they're not going to feel the loss of this machine, not in any way or form.
And your children will be cursing you until the day they die.
Oh, I'm already doing that.
So why don't you take this opportunity?
I'm doing that already. I'm not cursing my mother. I'm cursing her generation. Her generation fucked and spread us. The baby boomers fucked and spread us. The last, like, 10 presidents were all born between, like, 1924 and 1959. They're all baby boomers, and they're you know, they're all, like, selfish, and they all have 3 houses and 5 cars, and they don't understand. I watched my ancestors spend with careless abandon, assuming eternal supply, and we don't have eternal supply. So... And the Carmageddon, I lay that at their feet. They went car crazy. They're still car crazy. Look at all the stupid television based around cars and stuff. Mankind is car obsessed.
To get a copy of this video, sit down, watch it 2 or 3 times as a goddamn adult, learn the words in it and the phrases, sit down with your children and explain to them what you are going to do for their future. Then ask your child what they would like for Christmas. Think about it. I'm doing my best.
$3,500 computer rig.
But I'm being blocked every possible direction and stopping me getting this to you. So I'm hoping that for my Christmas present, a few million people get to see this.
And indeed, people would find his video, but not in the way that he intended. Early the following year, YouTube user Planerwalk would find Nigel's 1 + 1 = 1 video and take the time to argue against and poke fun at the various claims that he made, while also implying that there was significantly more than would be contained in this single video.
But I will be making another video on Nigel Cheese's more pernicious aspects in the future, because there's actually a surprisingly
Jesus
large
fucking Christ, you fucking terrified me. I was like, wait, is there a player standing here? Yeah, it really looks like a player first.
Want to talk? Are you here to become a... Wow! Wow! It is, or at least Appalachia. Oh, they're only the most... they all gave their lives fighting against the scourge. Lester's. The best way to pay respects is to... Whatever you need to know, I'll try my best to answer. Well, I absolutely... How... If... Oh, yeah. But... if those... Kims? How... Oh... It's not too far. I bet.
This was a very Fallout conversation.
No worries, friend.
I thought it was a player. Goddamn heart stopped. I was like, wait, there's a guy at the terminal. Because I couldn't see her name right away. 6 of 7. Oh. Fuck, did I fuck? Oh, I got all 7. Yay! I don't want to do it again. Because I've done it before. Done it like 5 times. Complete the physical exam, which is... Oh, yeah, the physical exam. I hated this. It's nice to have a new keyboard. I'll just buy these little $10 keyboards and wear them out.
Analyzing. Knowledge exam results. Congratulations. Please proceed to physical examination site.
I slid down again.
Examination site. Applicant encumbrance level not considered during physical examination.
Oh, my fucking arm. That hurts so bad. Oh. Why did it have to be my right arm? Couldn't it have been my left arm?
You have completed 1 of 3 required examinations. Congratulations have been issued.
Yay.
Automation used to define life in West Virginia. Now it's the only thing left. These training programs that the responders have set up. How many survivors were running through these? It takes a certain calling to voluntarily run into the middle of a fire. Rescue it. Looks like they kept up that spirit, even as the dangers changed. They must have fought the Scorched up close more than anyone. I need to find out what they knew.
Gotta go to Charleston, which I don't like going to Charleston. It's really busy. It's like a lot of mobs, and it's big. It takes a while to travel across it. And the challenge that they want me to do, I don't like. It's like a running challenge, and you only have like 5 seconds of leeway or something. If you make a mistake, you have to do it over, and it's so annoying. Yeah, I'm gonna go north. I'm going the wrong way.
Rabbit hole when it comes to Nigel Cheese.
Indeed. Planerwalk would see fit to make multiple further videos about Nigel over multiple years, completely covering the 1 + 1 = 1 video and critiquing further videos. Another debunking style YouTuber, Cyman Dan, would do the same. These videos from both YouTubers would accrue viewership in the hundreds of thousands, ranking them as some of the most popular on their respective channels and becoming the primary vehicles by which people would discover Nigel Cheese. However, finding any further information for curious parties would prove to be significantly more difficult, as much of what Nigel had shared online had been removed, with scarce little remaining. Links to his videos in other places often led to removal notices. Some of his videos have managed to survive due in part to the fringe science community's habit of downloading and re-uploading videos and documents from one another, ostensibly to assist in their visibility. But by the time the debunkers had found Nigel, it appeared that he had largely retreated from any presence online. The last sign of him was on the custom website iondio.com, which sported the words "Future Assistant" in the top left corner. The main page of the website declared, "Your future. Light, space, and time are no longer constants before humanity." An unattributed statement below reads, quote, "Once in the history of mankind comes an opportunity to correct all the wrongs of its past without castigation towards another. To seek retribution for those deeds done makes humanity no better than those who have gone before you. As humanity, you have within yourself the capacity needed to rise above such actions and display to all your ability to not only move forward in who you are, but forgive the wrongs of the past." End quote. Advancing his field of study beyond electrical engineering and physics, he was now claiming advanced knowledge in nutrition and was offering what he called a personal dietary assistant, apparently a phone application, though what precisely it did wasn't made obvious. Somehow, a personal consultation would be involved. The main page also made mention of a digital security method called Guardian. This website appears to have been made in 2019, but in 2024 it underwent partial renovation to focus much more on his PCAMS unit. Shortly after this, however, it reverted to a version that is copyrighted to 2014, though it's likely that this is a typo, given that the website includes a page dedicated to PCAMS, which he had not mentioned until much later in any available surviving pages or documents. The website today includes a page for a digital encryption method labeled as three-way ramp encryption, though it's unclear whether or not this is distinct.
That turret is there for whatever reason. I thought it was a player. I think the super mutants killed the turret. Oh. Yeah, the super mutant did kill the turret, I think. Or no. I don't know why this turret's here. It's hard to aim with a broken arm. I can't believe I was winning Fortnite drunk somehow. I really don't know how I did that. Because I can't aim.
distinct from the aforementioned Guardian, as Guardian has its own page on the website, left blank except for the site's universal page formatting. Also included is what he called a relatively self-explanatory universal user identification. In the About Us page, Jamie Panarello's name appears, one of the engineers who had worked with Nigel during and before his time at Gaia. The PCAM's page hosted only the words, Chapter 1, Magnetism, Did You Know? And an embedded video hosted on the website Vimeo which offered, quote, My final gift before I leave. This video was a slideshow including numerous mathematical proofs for his theories, as well as aspects of his core life philosophies which he had touted online for the past decade. His voice was totally absent, replaced by a repeating instrumental track. Of note is the way he uses 22 divided by 7 as the precise value of pi. 2 divided by 7 is sometimes used as a general approximation of pi for no more than 3 significant figures, but Nigel uses it to extrapolate pi out to 16 significant figures, arriving at a number far different from the traditionally used definition. By this point, he had also subsumed theory from the traditionally used...
I didn't know 22 divided by 7 is pi.
...definition. By this point, he had also number far different from the... traditionally used definition. By this point, he had also subsumed theories about the Great Pyramid of Giza, combining it with his own theories to declare that, quote, Giza was constructed using an exacting ratio of 11 divided by 7, or pi divided by 2, or 1.5714285771. This unique value enables the pyramid construct to be exactly 1/6 of a cube, end quote. This is an extension of other fringe beliefs about the Great Pyramid, which state that certain aspects of its geometry are somehow scientifically significant, usually used to justify ancient alien theories or pronouncements that the architects of the pyramid had some sort of esoteric knowledge. In this video, he claims that both he and the ancient Egyptians had discovered the same scientific ideas, writing that, quote, From a mathematical perspective, Giza, for want of a phrase, is both mathematically and geometrically perfect, and that it displays celestial accuracy beyond a value of human comprehension. Every calculation is perfect, all bound within a single 3D object. End quote. The final minute of the video displays a single slide, declaring that this was his gift to humanity. At the bottom, a short paragraph reads, quote, I also thank all those who have helped me along my journey. My time amongst you is limited and now drawing to an end. Help me to help you all. Stop the evilness of war, greed, and lust for power, and I will offer you your future. End quote. Today, Nigel still occasionally attracts the attention of fringe science enthusiasts who believe in his dream of free, unlimited energy, and they are often excited by the fact that they are able to recreate some of his experiments, especially the battery-shaped quantum power cell. However, his theories are often disregarded in favor of other personalities eagerly sharing their own fringe ideas, with claims that Nigel's ideas were only partially correct and that these new thinkers have more complete answers, a cycle that repeats itself endlessly. Some of these people managed to retain Nigel's lost papers and posts, sharing them with one another and re-uploading his videos in order to archive them, in case some nefarious power were to attempt to silence Nigel. However, much of what he has written is now lost, and what still exists continues to erode away from the internet, clearing a way for other personalities stating their own theories to begin the cycle anew. Thank you to the game Star Sector for sponsoring this video. Having played for hundreds of hours at this point, Star Sector is a game that I can happily endorse. Made by a team whose number can be counted on one hand over the past decade, Star Sector is a single-player space sandbox game with no microtransactions, no loot boxes, and no season passes. Just $15 for a deep and rich game that is still one of the most accessible in the genre.
Hells yeah, Frederick Knudsen!
Available on Windows, Mac, and Linux. I could sit here and describe the mechanics and the breadth of content, but after extensive deliberation, the conclusion to which I came was that the best way to describe it is to show it. So, I booted up Star Sector, started a fresh campaign, and played for about 5 hours. Here's a brief summary. Starting as an explorer, I took a look at the contract listings, but what interested me more was a pirate in a bar selling information on where to find a valuable blueprint. I accepted a few easy scanning contracts in the vicinity of my target, figuring that I could make some easy money along the way, and after fending off a small fleet of pirates, my confidence was high, and I set off. At my first stop, I discovered a Tempest-class frigate in rough but serviceable condition, and a blueprint worth even more than the one I was hunting. My next stop, however, was where I struck gold. 2 14th Battle Group antique ships. They were in a sorry state, but I knew how to take advantage of my find. I would become a bounty hunter with this 14th Battle Group Eagle as my centerpiece. But with these ships, I no longer had enough fuel to make it home, a problem compounded by even more ships I found that I refused to leave behind. Running through hyperspace like a dog with an overlarge stick, I began scrounging for any fuel I could find, blasting apart the still functional defenses around Domain-era probes and installations. I only barely clawed my way home after a few questionable fights. You okay, little guy? I took the time to outfit my new fleet and took my first proper bounty, a pirate base harassing one of the core systems. I'll let the fight speak for itself.
See, this looks cool to me. I like the combat.
The pay was...
I like the combat. It looks really fucking cool, but it's still isometric and I don't like it.
decent, but I had looted something a bit more exciting from the pirate base. I was wrapping up for the day, but I couldn't help but take the time to test out my shiny new toy in a battle simulation. Game's good. Link to it in the description.
Because when you play with a magnet and you understand a magnet, then you understand that the magnetic fields, there isn't two, four. So if we take our four magnetic fields and we'll have
one choke. Oh my god. Ooh, that sounds good. Good stuff. I am making... I actually like the board. I think the board's cool. I'm making so much money in this corp. It's fucking awesome. I mean, this did have, like, fire on it. I mean, the knife does look cool. A little better attack rate. I slept and got a bonus, but I think I will get full again.
Shall we say, that's the first one, like that, as a north. Obviously it goes in the loop. And we've got one there as the south. And the red comes off on the loop, as we know, like that. And the blue comes
so
off on the loop. Oh, sorry. Like that.
Oh my god, you're an idiot.
Prolific game designer and Fallout New Vegas senior designer Chris Avalon cast heavy doubt on the possibility of a remaster of Fallout New Vegas in an extended interview with the YouTube channel TK's Mantis, saying that Bethesda likely lacks the, quote, engineering know-how to pull it off. Welcome to Inside Games Daily, the only gaming news show brave enough to agree.
Well, for one thing, Obsidian made the game, not Bethesda.
I was the first Negro child. We were Negroes back then, and adopted by a Caucasian family in the state of Indiana. Jim and Marcelin went to Suman Coleman Orphanage, and they actually went to adopt a Caucasian child, and they ended up adopting me. The story goes that I was crying real loud, and it drew attention from Marcelin to come over, and once she picked me up, I stopped crying, and that's how I was adopted.
Aww.
One of the things that was talked about a lot was the idea of the rainbow family. What was it?
Well, when you think about a rainbow family and the Rainbow Coalition, and I'm thinking back of an article that I saw in Brazil. It was a rainbow family. That's the first time I ever saw that, in 1963, and had a picture of our family. And I think, and reading that article, and I had it interpreted because it was in Portuguese. It talked about Jim Jones's rainbow family, because we had an African American, we had an American Indian, we had two American Asian from the American Korean conflict, and we had his natural son, homemade, which was Welsh, British, or kind of a Caucasian mongrel.
And that was kind of the term was used over and over again in rainbow family. What they mean?
Well, I think that what the term rainbow family meant, to me, was it was a true spectrum of races, beliefs, backgrounds. So when the term rainbow family really was used in People's Temple, it was more of an inclusive term, that People's Temple, and more specifically Jim Jones's family, showed a good spectrum of diversity. And I felt growing up, I mean, again, I've heard this from the time I could talk, that's what People's Temple was about. Inclusiveness.
So the rainbow family, your family was kind of used as this kind of poster family for the ideals of the church.
My family was a template. My family was a template of a rainbow family. You could look at Jim Jones's family and see all the different aspects of the world. The black, white, Asian. I mean, that doesn't get any more exclusive. A anecdotal story of that is my biological grandmother, shortly after I was adopted, she didn't know where I was adopted to. Jim Jones had a community meeting with Trinity Spiritual Church in Indianapolis. And my grandmother told me this recently, that when she saw that he had a black child and he was preaching to his black audience, she felt that this person was truly a person who said what he meant and meant what he said. Because he wasn't talking about integration and being inclusive to all people in God's teachings. He really lived it.
We went to, I've been to Indianapolis thousands of times because my mother's from there. And we went to Lynn, where Jim Jones is from. And it is not diverse at all. And I wonder if you had any idea of why this diversity, why this integration was so important to Jim Jones.
Well, let me give you the family story, or let me give you the story that Jim Jones gave me. And don't know how to verify this, but it was just a father-son conversation. Because I've asked him that question as a young man. Why did he become what he is and what he was at that time? And he told me that when he was a young man, there was two sides of the railroad tracks, and one side was Caucasian, economically deprived Caucasian.
It was still like this when I was a child. Yeah, it was still like this, the wrong side of the tracks kind of stuff, and what that really means is you're stuck in inner city with people of color. It's a racist thing, and I've always hated it. I came up on the right side of the tracks, and I used to have to cross the tracks in Phillipsburg, New Jersey, and and then I had a lot of friends. So I went to a private school that was an hour away, so I had to commute 2 hours every day just to go to school. Well, am I done here? Yeah, we're done here. Oops.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Docking request accepted. Docking request accepted.
$45, is it? No, it's not 45, it's... maybe... Oh, is it... I don't know, we'll have to find out. I can't remember. It is 45, so... Craft. I have to pee, I'll be right back. Ouch. This sound is annoying, I'm going to... I'll go to the restroom. sunny day out there. Don't disconnect me. I know you're gonna do it very soon. Don't disconnect me, no. My mouse fell. Okay. Open this window. Hard to do with one hand. There we go. I don't like glasses. I kind of want to go back to contacts. I couldn't find my glasses today. It really bothered me. I don't know. I love that I feel safe on high risk. It's good. It's good mode. Okay, how much money did I make? It was 20 mil each. That's not bad. I'm in the wrong station. I always do this. It's so annoying. Instruments. I want things that are instant. Player buffs. Yeah, stuff that's fast. That's too slow. That's too slow. Too slow. 5-finger fillet table. I think it still takes too slow. It's still too slow. I think. The genie is instant. I like the genie. Arm wrestle, goo tub. Radiation glove box and the Centomatic. The Centomatic is good because it's instant. Rip Daring Vault Boy statue. I don't know what that is. Okay. Hi, kitty. You want some lap? Thinking about it? Yeah. Get some lap. My poor kitty, she's getting old. I swear to God, I look at her each day, she's got a little bit more gray hair. And she's now winding down her life cycle, which is like so depressing to me. I wish I had like another 10 years with her. I'm gonna wake up one day and your little heart's gonna will have given out or something, kitty, and it's gonna break my heart. I'll have to bury you in my backyard. You don't know what I'm saying, thank God, but it's like, that's my worst nightmare. I don't want to wake up and have a dead sissy, but that's what's going to happen. It's going to fuck me up. I'll get a new cat after that. A kitten. I wish I had you for like 20 years, sissy. You're the best cat I've almost ever had. I mean, they were all good. Buster was my favorite cat. He was really amazing for teenage kids cat. And Pixel was really special. Pixel was my boy. And I caught a felony over Pixel. I traded my cat for rent, and then I went back looking for him with the intention of stealing him back. And I caught a felony doing that. Well, I didn't catch the felony. I got busted for a felony, and they busted it down to misdemeanor theft. But it was originally a felony. Oh, look at the kitty. She's having fun. Oh, good. It is instant. Cryptic junk. Okay. And of course the sleeping buff.
Warp drive active. Docking request accepted.
No one will ever find me here. 76 feels like Rust in that respect. Like you can get away with like hiding. I wish it wasn't dark. What the hell was that? Ooh, that was a score challenge. Nice. 1,000. And that's why I'm here. I like my new keyboard.
The other side was economically deprived blacks. He lived on the economically deprived Caucasian side, but his best friend as a young man was a black kid. And at one time, they were walking down the street or walking down the rural road, because I don't think they even had real streets, and his black friend was going to be harassed or be beat up. And he intervened with that. And he just couldn't understand why people treat him differently. I honestly believe, and people have told me different reasons, why Jim Jones gave me his name, Jim Jones Jr. I always felt, and truly felt this, that it was a sense of him giving something back to the black community. And by showing the world and showing everyone that even before his own son, biological son, he gave his black son his name. What does that story represent, and how does that bring him to the concept of being so much for integration? Well, there's different impact, different little sentinel events in my life that have left impressions that still carry with me today. And I like to believe, and the story I was told was this was his first embracement to the African American culture. I think more importantly is when you look at the time and date stamp that People's Temple and Jim Jones started his movement, the underprivileged, the deprived, the person who was always locked out was the African American person. And maybe some people might say it was a contrived plan, or maybe it was just the times that Jim saw that the African American needed someone to step in. The one thing I do know about him is that he may have been Caucasian, but he talked black. He really did talk black. He understood the black strife. I mean, I felt it as a son. And I had challenges looking at a person who was Caucasian, who understood what how black people suffered. Again, the worst thing you could be in America than black is a poor white person.
Wow.
Because you have no help there.
When they go to beat up his friend and he intervenes, what do you think that meant for him for the rest of his life?
Well, what it meant for him was a physical, a deformity, because a knife cut his tendon, and he always reminded us of that. I think what I feel what it meant to him is a moment or a sentinel event that was some of his calling, some of his mission.
Oh, wow.
A person didn't do as much as he did for the African American community and not believe it. I mean, historic. He was going to become the pastor at the Methodist Church and would not do it until it was integrated, and left the opportunity. He integrated Methodist Hospital, would not go in and get his appendix removed when it was ruptured until it was integrated. You don't do those those testimonials.
Sorry.
Just for
Hi, kitty.
Reasons to propel you in statute. You do it because you actually believe.
I just was kind of searching for this an ending. So
the ending is I'm Jim Jones Jr. That's the ending. I mean, it's not Stephen Jones, his biological son. The legacy of Jim Jones, in his name, is given to his black son. That's the ending. Maybe that's the story. Maybe that's the story where he gave his name, which is very important to people, to his black son, and not to his biological. So it's full circle. Jim Jones' legacy goes to a black person. Maybe that's the ending.
About him, I think about him building a black congregation, that some people say, or it could have been a contrived plan. What do you mean by that?
I love hearing this. I love hearing the argument about Jim Jones came to manipulate the black audience, of the black populace of Indianapolis, of San Francisco, of L.A., Seattle, wherever the other churches were. And I've even been told that the only reason why he gave you his name is because you were a black and you were going to be the goat, the symbolism of the goat who led other sheep in to the organization. And in retrospect, people can say anything they want to say. But here's the chain of events, okay? When I was adopted, they did not go in to adopt a black child. They came in to adopt a Caucasian girl, all right? The story of me crying and Marshall coming to comfort me, there was a connection made. Have adoptions been made on weaker terms? Yes. Actually, Marshall's parents discouraged them on adopting a black child because they thought they would take attention from their biological son who was just born a year before me. Jim wanted to have a black child in the family. He gave me his name. They could instead of Indiana, you could have, your biological name could have been stayed with you, or your birth name. That's one. Two, and this is a story that only I know about. And I was kicked out of school in 6th grade, and for a teacher who made a racial remark, and I responded to it. Probably inappropriately, and I would probably not allow my son to do the same way I responded to it. Jim Jones came up to the school and said, and spoke a few expletives, but really ripped that teacher and the school apart for talking to his son that way, who happened to be black. This is my father defending me, like the father defending his son on for a racial matter, but the point is he was defending his son. So when people say that he was contrite and he was trying to organize a whole manipulation of the black culture, I didn't see it. I saw him as a father who cared for his son who happened to be black. He used to tell me, well, his nose was wide. He used to try to make me feel as if I was a part of the family and facial features. Now, his nose wasn't that wide. He was a Welsh boy, okay? Doesn't get much pointier. But the whole point, I tell you this little kind of jokingly anecdotal stories, is that I honestly feel that Jim Jones cared about the African-American culture, the African-American race. Now, was it an opportunity for him? Well, the opportunity to fight for civil rights doesn't come. It's chosen. I mean, he could have been graduated from Quaker, right? You know, got his education there. I mean, he could have went the nice Methodist route and been very successful that way too. But when you look at the loss of Martin, loss of Malcolm, loss of John, loss of Bobby, you look at the void in African-American leadership, or leadership that was not African-American, that was but focused on civil rights. It's an opportunity. We all have the opportunity, but the responsibility. And he took the responsibility to do that. And he did it. I mean, no one ever complains about what Jim Jones did until it comes to Jonestown.
Jim Jones claimed to be Native American, have Native American blood. He claimed to be have African American blood, you know, at different times. And I think that you know as his son. What race was Jim Jones?
Jim Jones was Welsh, and I think he had some Cherokee background, Native American background, somewhere in the pipeline there. Was he African American? No. Was he Caucasian? Yes. And almost got a little. When I was about 9, 10 years old, I went to the bathroom. I kind of snuck out of class. I was Rev Valley Elementary School. Snuck out of class and went to the bathroom, and I saw a graffiti word on the bathroom wall. And right or wrong, at that age, I knew the 4-letter words. And so I sat there, I looked at the word, and I phonetically sounded it out. Nigger. Nigger. Okay. So now I go back to the class and I say it. No one responds. Say it again. No one responds. So shortly later, I'm getting on the school bus And I start singing the Mickey Mouse tune, but using the word nigger. N-I-G-G-G-R, nigger. And by humor and by people's desire, they start singing it with me. N-I-G-G-G-R, nigger. And the bus driver, Mr. Pruitt, strange how you remember your school bus driver's name. He turns to me and says, Jim, Mr. Jones, rather, should you be saying that word? And I turn to him and say, it's not a 4-letter word. I get off the school bus, and everybody's yelling at me, bye, nigger, bye. I'm waving bye back to them. I'm skipping down the driveway, singing a song, N-I-G-G-G-R, nigger. I come into the house, N-I-G-G-G-R, bam! Jim Jones knocks me off my feet. Now, I have IQ about 142. And so when he looks up at me and says, what did you say? I get up, and I respond to him, nigga. Bam! Just, he's standing over me. What did you say? And I get up again, bam! Again, a high IQ and application could be two different things. But it's amazing what the power of a punch does. So that by the fourth punch of me laying on the floor and me looking up at him and responding to him, I finally got it. And I asked him a question. Or better yet, I said a word I saw in the bathroom wall. It was at that moment and that time in my life that my father took the time to explain to me what's really important. He took the time to explain to me what the challenges of African American person was, what the challenges the African American person faced, and more importantly, when I was African American. I lived those tools and lessons to them. The move to California was really fun. There were about 12, 15 cars, and it was probably the first bus trip that we had. We were only in cars, We had the bus trip stuff, in case every Sunday. But the Cordell family, the Cobb family, I remember my friends, and there was other people driving across the mountains, making that sojourner journey to a place none of us knew, none of us could even imagine. But being 4 or 5 years old, I just remember that we were going to someplace. We were going to California. We were going to a beautiful place, and California was beautiful. I remember us all stopping at the bottom of East Road when we first got there, and it's dusty and tired coming off Highway 20, and kind of looking at our new world.
What was Ukiah like? What was the racial?
Man, Ukiah, I was the only raisin in the college juice. It was wide and wide. The people who were deprived there were the Indians who lived on the small little reservation. But at least there were a few of them. I remember real quickly. I remember a story, a life experience that when your parents have birthday parties for kids, no one would come to mine. My parents sent out little invitations to all the kids in class. No one would come to mine. I was the only black kid in class.
You guys, do you remember you guys had animals and farms?
Oh, yeah.
It seemed like kind of a constant temple. What was it?
My father loved to have animals. I think that was from his childhood to where his best friends were animals because he had no one else to play with. We had a lot of chickens and dogs. We had 13 dogs and I think 14 or 15 cats. And for Christmas, you could, in our family, you could only have a $25 limit. And my job was to feed the cats and dogs. So I remember, I'm like, God, I forget what Christmases was, but I asked for a can opener, electric can opener. So, you know, but it was a great. I had the best childhood. I mean, I lived in a community that it was racially undiverse, but I had a sense of community, of family. Man, my brother Steven was out saving pollywogs, or tadpoles before, you know, because the river bed would dry up. I rode 4 horses every Saturday morning. So, talk about a good nurturing family to grow up in. I don't know. I still wish I could do that to my boys now.
Your father seemed to be someone who's kind of bigger than life, you know.
You're level 30.
Outsized individual. How did you deal with that? How did you deal with that?
You know what I used to do to my father? He supersized it. He was always, he could always capture a room, capture an audience. God, I used to sit there and just watch him. I mean, to talk about orator. Yeah, he could move a crowd. I used to stand behind him when he talked to people, stand right over his shoulder. Because I wanted to grow up, be like him. I wanted to be able to capture an audience, capture a crowd, talk to people, and have empathy, and at the same time make a point. Because by doing that, he motivated people. That people were important.
What do you mean people were important?
I honestly feel that the Jim Jones people were important to him. He always listened. There's a phrase that he gave me. First time I heard it was from him. I've heard it since from other people. Is if you understand someone's story, you understand that person. And another truism that I live to today, I try to understand someone's story. Because then I can understand what perspective they're coming from. Now, with Jim Jones, that could have been, people could have said that he did that so he could find out how he could manipulate them. But I think that came later.
One thing you said at one point was that your father taught you not to respect emotion. You know what I'm saying? What do you mean?
He used to say, my father used to tell me that people's lives, 60% of people's lives were made, 60 to 80 actually, were made on emotional decisions. And if you want to have a directed life, you need to change that paradigm. Make your decisions, 60% of your decisions based on logic, fact, and reason. And allow emotion to be the secondary motivator. And we were Star Trek fans. He and I were Star Trek fans. And he used to always say, just vulcanize yourself. Just vulcanize yourself. And
Fire breather.
I don't know if that's healthy or unhealthy. My wife would say it's probably unhealthy, because I know. That's every typical husband's response. But I think that's what he used to always, we talked about that a lot. Talked about that a lot, about how people let their lives be based on emotions and not on logic and reason.
Final examination instructions will be issued.
What was the relationship like between Jim Jones and Marston?
The relationship between Jim and Marston as a young child I thought was perfectly normal and happy. I later discovered in life that was a great facade. I think Jim Jones was emotionally unavailable to her, physically unavailable to her, and mentally abusive to her. When you take family vacations, and the first week you're with, Jim and one of his mistresses, and the boys are with him. The second week you're with Jim and another mistress, and the boys are with him. in the third week, your mother comes, that's pretty dysfunctional. I used to really distrust and dislike the mistresses because I felt they were tearing our family apart. Now, I was told and preached to that my father had to please these people and they emotionally needed him, but you know, that deep down in your heart, you know it's wrong.
Warping to Stargate.
And
warp drive active.
Looking back at it now, and maybe I see it a little more clearly. And I've been told this. Marcy wanted to leave Joe back in the early 70s. She actually had found someone that she was emotionally available to her. And that almost happened. I never met him, never knew him. But I really appreciate my mother sticking around for us.
Why didn't you leave?
Approaching Stargate.
Well, what I was told from her parents that he said that he told her if she left, she would never see the kids. And I think, and I was also told that he threatened her physically also, that she would not see a day if she left him. So
autopilot jumping.
You know, when you hear all this after you're grown and you hear this about your parents, you kind of look back and you go, oh, that's what happened in that moment in your life. Or
warping to Stargate.
That's why Dad wasn't available on
active.
That day. Maybe that's why Mom was crying in the bedroom that afternoon.
At what point did the dysfunctionality, did it kind of grow with time?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, gosh. Well, the family was dysfunctional. But when you live in a dysfunctional family, you think it's normal. So, you know, you're asking me now, and as a historian, to look at this and go, you know, how bad was the dysfunction? Well, when you live in it, you don't realize it. When your mother leaves on Monday morning to go work in Santa Rosa and lives in an apartment in Santa Rosa because she was a California State Health Hospital inspector, and your nanny, you know, takes care of you all week, and your father is in and out for meetings, what have you, you just thought that was normal. But that was when we were older. As a young child, I remember my mother and father coming together for the, you know, open houses at school, you know, sitting in the back of the auditorium when you were in a class play. I remember when I played Santa Claus, you know, how they both sat in the front row because they couldn't believe the school was going to allow the black kid to be Santa Claus. But, so those are good things. But the one thing that they did have in our house is a sense that family was important. If your name was Jones, you were the most important thing in the world. I still carry that.
It's interesting because you're saying that on one hand,
God damn it, no.
The family was really important. That was, you know, and that there's no doubt about it. The family was really important to your father and your mother. But the other hand, it was dysfunctional.
I think in everything that I tell you about Jim Jones, there's going to be a paradoxical thought. And you have to accept
approaching Stargate
before you can really understand Jim Jones. You talk about say what you mean what you say. That didn't apply to Jim Jones. The perception of our family unity was important. And thus, that perception, you had to have that ingrained, that to be a Jones meant that you were someone special. not just to be a part of the family, but you were in Jones, then his actions have something different. You know, having mistresses, not being emotionally available to the family.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
So again, that's a paradoxical thought, you know, paradoxical practice that he applied to probably almost everything. I think that's a good way to put it.
It's so interesting because it just seems like in so many ways, your family was like this microcosm of the church as a whole. You know
You're right. Yeah, I think that's a really good point and good concept to think about as our family. The paradoxical application of being important because you were a Jones, but living in dysfunction. The same paradoxical thought of having this vision to change the world,
Stargate.
but having this whole undercurrent of dysfunction and manipulation and trickeration that was underneath that vision. I think I really think that's a very good way to look at it, that our family being a microcosm of the church, because you had the same dynamics going on. You had the challenge between the brothers, the biological versus the son with the name.
Autopilot jumping.
You had the challenge of the intelligent, brilliant older child who wanted to really break away from the family and eventually did. You had the challenge of the new person coming into the family. So he would be the new recruit into the temple and always trying to prove himself, and also having a basis of understanding of outside this family and not really buying in. So I think it's a very good thought in the concept that our family represented the kind of fractions and issues of people's temple.
I guess the question would be, what was your father's gift?
I think one, my father had the unique ability to motivate people. He had the unique ability to assess them for what they were trying to accomplish in their life. May have been the religious aspect of people, may have been the political aspect of people, or may have been the sense of belonging, or even the person who felt like they wanted to be leaders. He had the unique ability to assess those needs and weave them together for a common goal. Now, the question is, what was a common goal? I honestly believe that People's Temple created a world of no isms. No racism, sexism,
Autopilot
ageism.
Yeah.
I think what is,
no isms.
A few other isms. In People's Temple, we didn't have that. When you talk about the Acts of Apostle, we all came together, sold our possessions, and lived in common. That was really the template of People's Temple. Now, a lot of people have said, and I've heard more recently, that was all trickeration and manipulation. He had money in bank accounts. He did not. I didn't see it. If I wanted to have an allowance, I had to do the same person as the guy living in the commune 2 miles down the road. Did I mind? No, because I was a part of that community. I really believed in that my purpose in this family, especially because I was a Jones, was to set an example that I could do the same thing that my fellow comrade who was the same age. So that was one of his unique abilities. His other unique ability was, and we talked a little bit about, is to take the black voice and give it articulation. And we talked about that. We talked about that earlier. And then I think his other unique ability is that he was passionate.
Autopilot jumping.
And that's unique. He really believed in what he was doing. Now the question would be, what was he doing?
Well,
Warping to Stargate.
I mean, it seems to me that I totally agree with you. I mean, I think nobody would fight this. That the purpose wasn't about luxury and wasn't about money. The money.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems to me, you just think about it, that it was a lot about power.
Yes. Jim's need for power, his drive to make a statement in the world was, in retrospect, I think, an overwhelming drive.
Approaching Stargate.
At the time, I didn't see it. Now, I see this retrospectively as I grow older and understand certain drivers that people have. He wanted to leave a statement on the world. The statement that he left is not probably the one that he desired. But you know something, though? I want to ask myself, and I want to ask anyone else, don't we all want to leave a statement? Don't we all want to have an epitaph on a gravestone more than beloved father, beloved brother, beloved sister, a beloved son? Don't we want to make a statement? I mean, when you talk about living your life, and so it's not in vain. So that's from the Bible. That's the teaching. That's the word.
When was the first time, as you were a teenager, a child grew up, when was the first time that you realized that your father was?
Well, how I found out that my father had mistresses, I was 12, 13 years old. We came down to San Francisco, or we were in the transition of moving down, and
Approaching Stargate.
we went to visit a friend's house that we knew, the Moore family actually, and we were going to stay over, and Jim went in the room with Carolyn to sleep, and I was a little surprised. I wondered, why is he going in there?
Autopilot
And
jumping.
the next day, sat down at breakfast like it was a breakfast conversation, and explained that Carolyn cared for him, but she needed stability. And he explained it like as if it was he did it for her versus his personal needs. And I look at it retrospectively now and go, Dad, you bullshitted me real good. But at the time, that's how I thought. I mean, I had great resentment to the mistresses. That they couldn't find their own husband or find their own significant other. And for many years, I went through life resenting them versus resenting him. Mr. Muggs was the chimpanzee that Jim Jones rescued from an animal experimental lab in Southern California. And that happened on
Approaching Stargate.
the election of Richard Nixon on that day. The reason why I know this is because on the way home, driving up Highway 99 from Southern California, in the middle of the state, we had this little bitty monkey with diapers on. And he was cute. It was a cute little baby monkey, and like a little baby. And my brother Steven was real close to him
jumping.
and really loved him. I was mad because we were supposed to get an ocelot, and that's what I wanted. It's a small tiger that has real high training and domesticated. We got Mr. Muggs because he was at higher risk to be experimented on. And I remember listening to the radio, President Nixon's election, and Mr. Muggs, me, Steven, and Mr. Muggs being in the back of the Mr. Cruiser, and that chimpanzee shitting all over everything. So, let me tell you, I never liked Mr. Muggs. Okay? I think I was 8 years old. But Mr. Muggs became a real focal point of the organization because it was a representation of him rescuing someone
Approaching Stargate.
or something from experimental, a lab animal experimentation. And Mr. Muggs actually went to Guyana. One of the first groups of people went to Guyana. Mr. Muggs went down there.
What was it like in San Francisco, you know, you guys moved to San Francisco in the
Autopilot
70s,
jumping.
middle 70s or so, you know, and you're now a teenager, and all these things are happening in San Francisco. You know, talk about a little bit, do you remember those times in San Francisco? San Francisco was kind of
Warping to Stargate.
epicenter.
Warp drive active.
When we came to San Francisco in the early 70s, there was a sense of excitement and real determination. The church was growing. We had done joint revival meetings with Methodist Baptist Church, Reverend Befford. We had worked with a couple other churches, African American churches, and there was a real sense of excitement that People's Temple was going to create their own church in San Francisco. Now, how it may be, we also stole a lot of members from the churches that we had done revival meetings, and that created a lot of chaos. But out of that chaos came a certain direction and political opportunism for Jim Jones.
Approaching Stargate.
I can remember many of the political people in San Francisco being very intimate with Jim Jones in the sense of them stopping by the church, meeting with him, us going to their house for dinner, and it was exciting times. It was exciting times. Jim Jones could mobilize people for protests. Could mobilize the vote, and I think what was exciting about that is that we were becoming a political mainstay in San Francisco. As a son, when we look at your father, you know, again, he always synthesized himself. But when you see him, you know, sitting down at the mayor's house, and you kind of sitting in the living room listening, because one thing my father used to do a lot was take his sons with him to different meetings. And his logic around that was, this is an opportunity for us to learn about the organization, about him. Now again, he had a lot of meetings without us too, but what I saw was him becoming what I thought he was. I saw my father as a great visionary. You always see your father in the best light, but then I saw other people seeing him in the same light.
Approaching Stargate.
You know, the fact how we mobilized people to get out the vote for George Moscone, how when they had testimonial dinner, how all the different senators and state assemblymen, mayors sat there in testimony for Jim Jones. This is your father, and everyone else in the world is saying he's a great person. I was excited. I was happy.
Was Jim Jones a caring father, out to change the world, out to change lives, or was he a manipulative user, corrupt,
active,
or was he both?
I think it goes back to the paradoxical thought. My perspective of Jim Jones was he's a caring father. A lot of things that I do with my children today, like tuck them into bed.
He killed 900 people. You still love him.
Stories about princes, and I use their names. Or some of the things that my father did with me.
If he raised you right, you would care about it.
Positive direction. Well, I have to say yes, because that's what I want to do now. And he gave me that gift. You know, I want to wake up every day and have an impact positively in someone's life. Maybe that's why I'm in the profession I'm in. That's what he gave me. Was he a manipulator? Was he a user? I didn't see him that way. So I can't answer that question. When you're brought in to a family and given the gifts that I was given, and, you know, I mean, look at the alternative of my life. You know what I mean? Let's just stop and look for an alternative. I'm an African-American child thrown into an orphanage in 1960. Okay? Where a whole lot of people adopted black kids back then, bro. And
autopilot jumping.
So that would have led to a foster home. That would have led to potential, you know, kind of a system child, you know, ward of the court. 1960. So that meant, you know, and I'm not trying to be negative or positive on this, trying to be real, is drug abuse potentially, illegal activities, that meant jail, or just death in the streets. And here I was on the other side, living a very productive life, getting one of the best educations in San Francisco and Drew High School. And I owe so much to Jim Jones and Marshall that I really believe, because I was an example of their testimony. So I saw him and Marshall as people who really cared and made a difference. You know why? It made a difference in my life.
What was the idea of revolutionary suicide?
Revolutionary suicide came from a trip that we took in 1976 to Cuba, where we went with Dr. Goodlett, Dr. Tipton, I think, and we met with Huey Newton. And Huey Newton was writing this book, Revolutionary Suicide.
You met with Huey P? Oh wow, you met Huey Newton?
And Huey Newton was writing this book, Revolutionary Suicide. And if I'm paraphrasing this correctly, talked about revolutionary suicide and believing in a cause enough to die for. And the best example that he gave was the Vietnam monk would pour gasoline on themselves in protest of the imperialism or colonization that America was doing in Vietnam. But I think Huey said it the best, and again, you'll see this, you might be seeing a little thread of what my father took ends justified as a means from Malcolm, and now revolutionary suicide from Huey Newton. But he didn't complete the thought that Malcolm went with the ends changing from the means changing, and also the thought of Huey Newton was it's easy to die for a cause, which is revolutionary suicide, but it's hard to live with one. And to wake up every day, and I was 16 years old, and I understood this conversation. To wake up every day and live for a cause is a true testimony to a cause. To die for a cause is the easy way.
Let's go to Jonestown.
Okay.
Autopilot jumping.
Was there a heightened sense of paranoia in Jonestown?
I think it became that. I think the highest. Okay, hold on.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
The heightened sense of paranoia in Jonestown, I think, was created. I think originally, and I think my brother talks about best of, there was a real sense of utopia and a sense of building a new world prior to my father coming down to Jonestown. And when my father came down to stay in the mass exodus from California, there was a heightened sense of paranoia. Some of that was real. I mean, paranoia can be healthy. There's nothing wrong with a little productive paranoia. I said, but when it became dysfunctional, and I think it became that way with my father very quickly, again, when you're isolated and he is the only sense of communication with the outside world, and his sense of paranoia was preached over and over every night on the radio, on the speaker system, I think there was a heightened sense of paranoia. But not much more than River Valley or San Francisco. It was more intensified because it was localized.
Was this heightened, it was heightened by your father's drug use?
Autopilot jumping.
A lot of people have asked me about my father's drug use. And I completely denied it for many years. Because I never had a reference point to know if he was on drugs or not on drugs.
Active.
And it wasn't until years later that I was covering the ER and I saw a person come in on an overdose of amphetamines and heroin. And I saw his manifestation of what his clinical symptoms are. That I had deja vu and remembered seeing my father have that. So I don't know this heightened drug use. I know now as an adult and have a clinical background that his actions demonstrated that, but I could never verify that at the time.
I just want to go back. From the early days, is your father kind of faking these strokes and heart attacks, or having these strokes and heart attacks? Do you remember any of that? Any stories of
Approaching Stargate.
When someone asked me about his drug use, there was a time, and again, I didn't know, but there was a time that my father used to shoot stuff in his arm. And he told all of his kids that this was medicine that he had because he had a bad condition. And I remember one time after he did that, he kind of fell out on the floor, went into convulsions and seizures, and he was taken to the hospital. And, supposedly he had this heart attack. And again, I might have referenced it early.
He was shooting cocaine.
It was the same clinical manifestations as a person overdosing. So I think a lot of these things that he faked.
You are very ignorant in some ways.
Something else.
Which is weird to live in that cult like that and be ignorant.
What was going on? Again, I didn't.
You're working the ER and you don't know when somebody's high.
Know this, and I can't reference it, but it was also a point of motivating people that he worked so hard that his body was being torn down. I mean that was the other person who maybe might have not worked so hard in this committee or this crew. That if the leader was working this hard, and if he was having illnesses and still worked through it, then another person could pick up their piece. I don't think it was that complicated. I mean, I've seen it done in workforces today.
Did you like it at Jonestown? Some people loved it. We've heard a lot of people. Some people loved it. Some people hated it.
I didn't like Jonestown.
Autopilot.
I mean, I didn't like being out in the jungle and living.
No. It was very odd what he did.
With not the amenities of even Georgetown. Did that mean I didn't love Jonestown's concept?
Warping to station.
Well,
drive
I loved it. I thought it was a part of building a new world. I mean, we were the largest installations of citizens outside the armed forces and outside the United States. You talk about making a difference. I was a part of that. Did I love Jonestown? I thought it was necessary. I thought it was a necessary place. Did I love the community of Jonestown? Some of the interactions I had in Jonestown? Yeah, I love that. And I still miss it. I miss being in a tropical rainstorm with your buddies sitting on the porch and just talking about anything and everything. I miss watching people being on the slippery paths and slipping and have to go back to the shower because they came out of the shower. Communal shower. Yeah, I mean, I love that. Did I love Jonestown and being out in the jungle? No. It wasn't me.
But just to clarify, I mean, because some people talk about, how awful it was, that it was terrible and blah, blah, blah,
Docking
but there were there people there?
Docking permission requested.
Who liked it?
Yeah, a lot of people. Well, you gotta look at a lot of people that were there, especially elderly people. They came from the South.
Autopilot disabled.
So they were going back home, claiming. A lot of the older black people, if you look at the statistics of African Americans that were there specifically, the majority of them were African American. The highest majority were older African American people who came from the South. So their climate and the attitude and the food was very similar to the South. People who didn't like it, I would say, were the majority of Caucasians.
Yeah.
Because they had to give up the most luxury.
Yeah.
They had never lived in the South. They had not lived on that type of food. So when you listen to the complainers of how much they hated it, I think their skin's lighter than the shade of cream, a cup of coffee. Was it oppressive? When you're building a whole new world that's 7 miles wide and 12 miles long, that is so thick that Tarzan can't swing through, it's hard work. Did people realize what type of commitment they were going to make? I think the ones who wanted
Why
to
did he move to the jungle?
Realized it. Or if they didn't realize it, they bought into it. The ones who thought, that this would be a River Valley version of society had no clue. And I wish they would have left. I wish my father would have said, okay, go back.
But he didn't say that. People couldn't leave, is that true?
No, people couldn't leave. And I fault my father's lack of clarity on this. If people wanted to leave, he should have let them leave. He took it as a betrayal to the cause and to him personally.
It seems that that was kind of something that was part of your father's makeup.
Yeah.
Was that leaving was not allowed?
I think it was not. It was not allowed. People did. I mean, he wouldn't allow it, but he took it He took it as a personal affront. He had a real issue with separation. I mean, I think there's a clinical name for it, but people could not leave him. He couldn't wrap his mind around that. Personal affront could be one way of putting it. I think he just became dysfunctional with that concept. That people would want to leave him, leave the organization. Took it personal. I think if I look back at any one thing that he could have done differently, I think if that component would have been in his life, we might not have Jonestown. I mean, think about it. John Victor Stone. If he could have given up that son, Grace Stone wouldn't have created the turmoil, some of the turmoil. They wouldn't have had a vessel or a legal reason. I appreciate him not giving up his son. You know, I'm the son too. I appreciate it. Now, I believe that John Victor was his son. So, that's my opinion. I'm putting it out there.
Tell me that again, and why?
Well, I believe John Victor was his son. He looked like him. He looked like him more than his other biological son. You know, I don't know. And he treated him like a son. So, looks like him more than his biological son, treats him like a son like me. Damn, makes him his son. For how many years old of his whole life did he treat him like a son? He's more of his son than anyone else's.
It's the only thing that makes sense to me. You know what I mean? I mean, you know, if John Victor Stone was not Jim Jones' son, and Jim Jones knew it, then the whole thing doesn't make any sense at all.
That's my opinion. That's my opinion. I'm not saying that he wasn't Grace's son also, but it was also, in my opinion, I think he was Jim Jones' son. I know Grace had intimate relationship with him. She's not denying that. No one's denying that. But does that matter? I mean, does that really matter in the whole scheme of things? What matters is that was a catalyst to all of this. Well, that was a legal catalyst.
What's that?
The legal catalyst to Jonestown, or the horrific event, was the John Victor Stone issue. That was a legal catalyst. There wasn't really there were other catalysts of investigation, wrongdoings, or what have you, but that was a legal catalyst. Yeah, I'm not saying it wasn't right for anyone to come and claim their child or to work out some kind of custody settlement. I'm not saying that. But I can't fault Jim Jones for not giving up his son. I mean, he did give me up. Why would I expect him to give up another son? This makes sense to me?
I think that Grace now does say that she never had sexual relations with her father.
People tend to tell information based on what they can live with. We're all revisionists of history. We have to live But why? I just have to. I put a question out there, and it's not a derogatory question. Is why would John Victor Stone always be in our household from the time he was born? Why would he? John Victor. I mean, I babysitted the kid on family vacations because I was the youngest, and I kind of got took, you know, him and his other illegitimate son. He was a part of the family. He may have not had the length of time I had in the Jones family, but he was a part of the family, and I consider him my brother.
It's one of those things, once again, where, you know, what was the truth, what was lies, what was real, what was false, you never.
Yeah, no, we'll never know. But to me, it doesn't matter. To me, it doesn't matter. To me, I think of John Victor Stone as my brother.
One of the things that was talked about was the idea of this being this kind of, and you kind of touched on it, was this idea that people talk about this kind of being this perfect storm that happened all at once in Jonestown. Is that, you know, that Jim Jones was probably getting sicker. Mental state of the kid, you, the sons, aren't there. That, you know, what was always preached was that the government, the media, and the concerned relatives were after you, and who comes down there with the government and concerned relatives at the same time. There was all these forces that you know,
lined up in synchrony that created this problem. Well, let me first point out to you that for the 3 months prior to Jonestown, I wasn't in Jonestown, I was in Georgetown. I went into Georgetown in August of '78 to do public relations. I mean, it made sense. Black son in a black country named Jim Jones. I was being involved with I was being taught public relations and was planning actually to go to med school with my wife that January in Cuba. So a lot of deterioration that people talk about in the last 3 months prior to Jonestown, I didn't witness. So I can't give you a reference point off that. But when people talk about the things that Jim Jones was paranoid about and feared concerning relatives, media, and the government, them coming down to Jonestown and him asking all of his sons to come back. And we said no, because we met with Leo Ryan. Leo Ryan came in and met us at the encampment in Georgetown. Said he wanted to come down, see what was going on. We were like, I remember the radio conversation. Dad, let him in. You know, let him in, let him see what's going on. Because again, all of us believed that, you know, that Jonestown was a great place. And what it was creating. It was really a utopia. Now, people remember it not that way. And I'm not saying it wasn't a hard world living in a community without the, you know, 7-Elevens and KFCs, you know, kind of stuff. But it was also, it was a beautiful community that people really grew and flourished in. So our attitude was like, let them come in, let them see what we see, or what we believe, rather, and let them go.
Let me ask you this,
No.
you talk to your
They had me on this drug called gabapentin for my broken arm, and it makes me very, like, drowsy. I've been combating taking a nap here for like 2 hours, and I might lose the war against that. I might have to go lie down. I'm sorry, it's just, you know, strong meds. I'm feeling very drowsy, and I think lying down is probably the best plan.
your father like the day before, 2 days before,
Yeah.
on the radio, and you know, and told him he should let.
Yes. Yeah. Well, let me answer. Let me point out two different things here. On November 6th, the U.S. ambassador to Guyana went out to Jonestown with me and other people from Georgetown to let Jim Jones know that the U.S. The Congressman Leo Ryan was coming. And my father said, wanted to argue it, but then my father still agreed to it. Days before, maybe the 16th or 15th of November, 2 or 3 days prior to the November 18th, when the horrific event occurred, my father asked the basketball team, he had 3 of his sons, also security members, to come back to Jonestown. And we said no, for 2 reasons. One, we wanted to play basketball still. 2 was, we had met with Leo Ryan because in the days that he came down, there was negotiation back and forth about him even being accepted into Jonestown. We had met with Leo Ryan.
Yeah, I think I'm going to pause it and take like an hour or 2 break, guys, and earlier in the day before prime time, because I'm feeling drowsy. Good old fashioned. She's a good one. Hi. What's up, guys? It's 5:08. I had a nice little 2-hour nap there because the fucking gabapentin makes me super drowsy, nodding out and all that. And yeah, and so I will watch the Philip DeFranco, and I will load some Eve. Maybe the mining op is coming up here. I don't know. Oh no, client's running, but I don't see it. Oh no, there it is. Okay, I am in the Dixie. Trying to do level 4. Now suddenly, what the? Oops. Yeah, level 4. Well, listen to that kitty purr. I love this kitty. She's a good kitty. Rub your head a little bit. Give you a nice head, skull rub. Yeah, you like that kitty? Anomic base. Request. Destroy the Jaguar. Nomic team. Decline. Request mission. Silent Steam format. And then we're going to build those integrations from DD. Set destination. Accept. Okay, we're going out here. Where is the other account? There it is. So the next mining op. Oh, oops. Ooh, skill points. An advanced boost cerebral. I wouldn't mind using it. Oh yeah, do I have a booster on this account too? Expired? Oh no, Galente Election Expert System. But I don't need this. I mean, I don't need that. So anyways, expired. Make this bigger. It's always way too small. You can't even see the fucking menu for some reason. Yeah, Bert. Cute little kitty. Token is expired. Yes, I'm aware. Oh, kitty. You're such a cute kitty. Oh, kitty. You're so cute. You're so cute, kitty. I wonder if I could sell my main account for some significant amount of money. It would be insane. Ah! Do not scratch my skin.
Planes that try.
Well, you blasted me. Why? Oops. Oh, you cute little kitty.
Mr. Beast's company just got sued. The allegations are shocking, but you also had the company firing back saying this is a clout-chasing complaint, and they dropped some screenshots. RFK Jr. spent 4 days and 7 congressional hearings getting torched as his own CDC just buried a study by its own scientists showing COVID vaccines are incredibly effective. The redistricting fight in Virginia is far from over, as a judge who already tried to block the vote twice before and been overruled just ruled that the Democrats violated the state constitution. And medical marijuana is finally no longer classified as equally dangerous to heroin, but first step today, we got to talk about this. Trump's now gone from saying that the war with Iran is going to be over any day to saying that there's no time frame at all. And in the meantime, you have both countries locking down the Strait of Hormuz, the global economic impact deepening, and the other ceasefire, right, the one between Israel and Lebanon, that's hanging in the balance. Right, with the violence continuing despite the truce, and as Israel is accused of intentionally killing journalists and medics. The war will start is with the US and Iran, because the ceasefire has been extended, and here's White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt kind of reiterating Trump's stated justification for the decision.
There's obviously a lot of internal division. This is a battle between the pragmatists and the hardliners in Iran right now, and the president wants a unified response.
And with that, she essentially argued the fact that it is so difficult to negotiate with Iran because the surviving leadership is so divided shows how effective Operation Epic Fury's been. And you had her claiming that despite Iran's alleged inability to come up with a unified response, the White House has a good understanding of the individual who will ultimately have the power to sign off on a final deal, but she also wouldn't say who. And then as far as when we might expect to get a decision from that individual, there were reports yesterday that Trump was only giving Iran a few more days, but Leavitt said that Trump has not set a firm deadline for Iran to respond. And then as far as Trump, he gave an even more open-ended answer, telling Fox News that there was no time pressure on the ceasefire and there was, quote, no time frame for when the war might end. And adding, people say I want to get it over because of the midterms. Not true. We want a good deal for the American people. And of course, this seems to be yet another massive shift from his initial claim that this war would just last 4 to 6 weeks and his repeated claim since then that it would end very soon. And this also isn't the only way we've seen Trump seriously walking it all back. Right, as we've talked about, his efforts to reopen the Strait of Hormuz have involved repeated threats to destroy energy and other civilian infrastructure across the country. We're talking about attacks that experts say would likely be war crimes. Also, can't forget, he threatened the death of Iranian civilization itself, which some have argued equated to a call for genocide. Also on April 12th, when he announced the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports, he specifically said that any Iranian who fires at peaceful vessels will be blown to hell. But since he's extended the ceasefire, Iran's attacked 3 ships near the Strait of Hormuz, seizing 2 of them. And now you've even had the IRGC publishing video appearing to show its forces approaching the vessels on speedboats, flying the Iranian flag and scaling the sides with ladders. But then you had Leavitt telling Fox News that Trump didn't view these actions as violations of the ceasefire.
No, because these were not U.S. ships. These were not Israeli ships. These were 2 international.
Why do you all look like Barbie on crack? Why do Republican women look like they all look like Barbie on crack? It's so weird. That's really how I feel. When you look at them, you're like, why do you look like Barbie if she was like freebasing? Republican women, they freak me the fuck out. It's kind of like Nazi Jew or black KKK or whatever. It's fucking weird. It's like fucking weird when you see it in the wild. You're like, what's up with the ice Barbie? Jesus Christ.
National vessels.
Leavitt also claimed the fact that Iran did this with only, quote, speedy gunboats shows that they don't have control over the strait, saying,
this is piracy that we are seeing on
speedy
display.
Gunboats.
And the naval blockade that the United States has imposed continues to be incredibly effective.
Ouch, kitty, do not scratch me.
Of the blockade, it can be debated. The Defense Department saying today that it had turned back 31 vessels so far, but some analysts have claimed many others have made it through, which the Pentagon's denied. And that's as it's also been increasingly targeting Iranian-linked ships far from Iranian ports, announcing this morning that it had carried out a maritime interdiction and right of visit boarding of a sanctioned vessel in the Indian Ocean that had been transporting oil from Iran. And this is actually the second time the Navy's boarded a ship in the Indian Ocean this week. And that's as it's reportedly intercepted at least 3 others in Asia and fired at and boarded another ship in the Arabian Sea. So overall, Iran's economy is definitely feeling the pressure, but some analysts say, they can take it, especially as they kind of just have to outlast Trump's willingness to withstand the pressure that it's putting on the global economy with still almost no traffic going through the strait. And this is the U.S. claiming that ships without links to Iran are free to pass, but the military isn't escorting vessels, and the nearest U.S. destroyers are reportedly more than 400 miles away. And according to some, the lack of a friendly naval presence in the strait shows that the Iranians still pose a threat. And you had one analyst telling the New York Times, it's not going to reassure anybody that start up shipping again through Hormuz if the U.S. Navy itself refuses to operate in Hormuz. So notably with that, you had Trump claiming today that the Navy would start operating in the strait, where it's saying he had ordered it, quote, to shoot and kill any boat, small boats though they may be, that is putting mines in the water of the Strait of Hormuz, and adding, our minesweepers are clearing the strait right now. I am hereby ordering that activity to continue, but at a tripled up level. But also, as of now, it's not not at all clear what Trump is saying is even remotely true. He already claimed at the end of last week that Iran, with the help of the USA, is removed or is removing all sea mines. But that ended up being among many things that he said at the time that turned out just to be, I'll say, impressively untrue, including that Iran had, quote, agreed to everything. But also, according to the Washington Post, the Pentagon told Congress this week that it could take 6 months to get rid of all the mines in the Strait, and that any such operation is unlikely to be carried out until the war ends. So there you had a spokesperson disputing the timeline and saying that the Washington Post has made clear they care more about advancing an agenda than truth. But also, it seems possible that Trump's announcement, it's just an effort to calm markets, since the news gives one more reason to believe.
Ouch, Kitty, stop scratching me.
Even if the war ends tomorrow. And then also, while the Pentagon's doing damage control, it's also dealing with chaos of its own. Because Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth fired the Navy's top civilian official, Secretary John Phelan. He's a businessman that was appointed to the role by Trump despite having almost no relevant experience, except maybe for the fact that he flew on Epstein's plane in 2006. And as secretary, you had him promoting a new type of vessel to be called the Trump-class battleship. But then also, he's reportedly clashed with other top leaders of the Pentagon, including Hegseth, and so now he's out. So really, he's just the latest in the shakeup at the department. This is coming just weeks after Hegseth's wartime firing of the Army's top uniformed officer, General Randy George, along with another general. And then, of course, in addition, Hegseth also firing other generals, as well as admirals, lawyers, and many of the people whose job was basically to prevent the military from accidentally blowing up a school full of little girls. That said, though, Phelan's firing is apparently unlikely to directly impact naval operations related to the war, although the confusion surrounding his dismissal could apparently make it harder for the military to replenish its stock of certain missiles and high-end air defense systems. And then you've also had some arguing that this may ultimately have other less tangible effects. With Senator Jack Reed, for example, the top Democrat in the Armed Services Committee, arguing in a statement, this kind of disruption at the top sends the wrong signal to our sailors and Marines, to our allies, and to our adversaries. Then also, with everything, we've got to talk about the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, because today you had the U.S. hosting a second meeting between the two sides, as we're now more than halfway through the truce. So of course, I need to put an asterisk on that, because despite the agreement, Israel has continued to occupy parts of southern Lebanon, demolishing homes and buildings and barring residents from returning, as it creates what it's calling a buffer zone about 10 kilometers deep into the country. Right? And it's also continued strikes against what it says are Hezbollah targets in the country, claiming self-defense, and then you have Hezbollah firing rockets and drones into Israel in what it calls a response to violations of the ceasefire. Though also what we've seen is that the Israeli military is capable of doing a lot more damage, having killed more than 2,400 people since the fighting began on March 2nd. And actually yesterday, it killed at least 5 more people, including a journalist, with Lebanese officials claiming that she and a colleague who was wounded were deliberately targeted while hiding out in a home following an earlier strike. Right? And they also claim that the Israeli military then targeted the rescue workers trying to come to their aid, with soldiers allegedly firing at a Red Cross ambulance and a drone allegedly dropping a grenade on rescuers trying to lift the wounded journalist from rubble.
Rescuers.
Saying, this could have been what's been described as a double tap operation, where Israel strikes once, waits for first responders to arrive, and then strikes again. And that's something we saw in Gaza. Now in Lebanon, we've even seen at least one report of a quadruple tap, where after an initial strike, Israel carried out 3 consecutive strikes on 3 sets of ambulances and medical workers. And overall, Israeli strikes in Lebanon have reportedly killed 7 journalists. And that's as the Lebanese health ministry said last week that at least 100 medical workers had been killed in more than 120 attacks on ambulances and medical facilities. And so with this latest attack, you had the Lebanese prime minister accusing the Israeli military of war crimes. And you had the Committee to Protect Journalists similarly saying in a statement, the repeated strikes on the same location, the targeting of an area where journalists were sheltering, and the obstruction of medical and humanitarian access constitute a grave breach of international humanitarian law. Though with all that, while the U.S. is facilitating the talks, the Trump administration reportedly doesn't appear to be putting a lot of pressure on Israel. Well, we're gonna have to wait to see what happens there. We also then have to talk about this dispute in the U.S. that could shape the outcome of the next election. And so actually, by extension, could come back around and affect what happens in the Middle East, along with so much more. Right? Because just a day after the votes came in, a Virginia judge has blocked the Democrats there from moving forward with the new district maps. With them saying that there were multiple legal issues, he criticized the ballot question, and now it's standing in the way of the Dems taking back the House. But Virginia Democrats, they say they're already looking forward to defending their new maps in court. And if they win the appeal, this could stop Trump in his tracks or lead him to investigation or impeachment. Because the Virginia Dems, they slipped by with a 3-point win that could leave them with a 10-1 majority in the House. And so that would help even the playing field in the redistricting wars that's been happening in the country ahead of the midterms. So with this vote, you had Republican leaders saying Democrats attempted to force an unconstitutional scheme to tilt congressional maps in their favor, but the court recognized it for what it is, a blatant power grab. Specifically, you had this Virginia Circuit Court judge agreeing, saying that they violated the state constitution, leaving the referendum ineffective. The judge saying Dems pushed the proposal during a special session of the General Assembly, which he says is a rule violation. And he also said that the referendum was supposed to pass through 2 different General Assemblies with a general election in between before it got to voters. And then he also claimed that they didn't follow the 90-day public notice requirement before voting started, and that the question on the ballot was flagrantly misleading. But notably, this same judge has also tried to bring up legal questions to block this vote twice already, and neither worked out for him. Still, it's worth mentioning that he's not the only one talking about the ballot question. Because for context, the question read, should the Constitution of Virginia be amended to allow the General Assembly to temporarily adopt new congressional districts to restore fairness in the upcoming elections, while ensuring Virginia's standard redistricting process resumes for all future redistricting after the 2030 census? And voters, they had mixed reactions.
What are your thoughts on the wording of the question, and how did you interpret it?
I would say that this particular ballot item has seen in the media an attempt to really confuse the voters.
It's very disappointing that a certain party feels like that they have to resort to certain measures in order to win.
The wording of the question on the ballot was pretty cut and dry.
It was good. It's very understandable.
And even before they saw the question, you had voters complaining about the confusing messaging coming from politicians. We talked about it on previous shows. You had people accusing Republicans of purposely trying to confuse black voters with mailers that had photos of the Klan. Right, and there were also some misleading mailers about Obama's position on all this. And so it seemed like there were a number of voters that ended up confused about what side they should be on. Again, with all that, you had Democrats coming out on top, and if they keep up the track record with the appeal, they'll be moving forward. And again, while you had Republicans not happy about what happened in Virginia, you had Democrats saying they're just fighting fire with fire.
Wow. Listen, Democrats have attempted and asked Republicans for 10 years to ban partisan gerrymandering. And for 10 years, Republicans have said, no, these are the rules that they have set.
So, we're gonna have to see what happens.
Yeah, it's true. This is the fight that and then they get all sad when they get outplayed at their own game. They're such little children, fucking right wing.
Is there, but there is one thing for sure. The next time anyone complains about anything to me, I am texting them just the clip of AMC saying, wah, wah, wah. Just a generational clip. It's up there with Miss Rachel and Mom Donnie going, wah, wah, wah. And then there's more we've got to dive into. It's Rachel and Mom Donnie going, wah, wah, wah. And then there's more we've got to dive into in just a minute. But first, let me thank a sponsor and say, figuring out dinner every night, it's rough enough. Then you throw kids into the mix and you're basically trying to manage a circus, and it's starring Meatloaf. And it's not that you don't want to cook, it's that coming up with something new every single night, that's where the creative block kicks in. And these were our nights until today's sponsor, HelloFresh, came into our life. With HelloFresh, you can cook meals that actually feel interesting again without turning it into a giant ordeal. And they've got 80 plus recipes every month, stuff like Vietnamese, Moroccan, Caribbean, so it's not just chicken, rice, or pea. And they send you everything pre-portioned, so you're not hunting down random ingredients you only use once and then forget about. It's basically the easiest way to cook something that feels like you actually tried. Plus, you get to experiment with ingredients like lemongrass, curry paste, stuff that you might not grab on your own. And I use HelloFresh because it cuts out the annoying part of cooking and it leaves the part that actually feels worth it. So hey, go to HelloFresh.com/DeFranco10FM right now to get 10 free meals plus a free NutriBullet Ultra Plus 2-in-1 compact kitchen system, which is $189.99 value on your third box. Free meals applied as a discount on the first box. New subscribers only. Varies by plan. Disclaimer, must order the third box by May 31st, 2026. But yeah, nothing hits like home cooking. Then, diving right back into the news, hey, a broken clock's right twice a day. Because just this morning, the Trump administration announced that it would be reclassifying state-licensed medical marijuana and changing its status as a Schedule I drug. And of course, that's the strictest category for drugs. It includes drugs like heroin, drugs that don't have any accepted medical use and have a high potential for abuse. So until this latest move, medical weed, it was considered more dangerous than fentanyl, which is used in hospital settings. So now, medical marijuana is going to be classified as a Schedule III drug, which includes much lower risk drugs like ketamine and carries fewer restrictions. Though, to be clear, I do not want y'all getting in trouble. This announcement does not decriminalize or legalize medical weed at the federal level, nor does it affect the criminal classification of recreational marijuana. So there, you have DOJ officials saying they'll hold a hearing in June in order to consider that idea. But still, this is just an absolutely massive move that advocates have been pushing for decades, and one that's going to have a number of incredibly significant consequences. Right, first up, the reclassification will significantly expand the kind of scientific research that can be done on pot and its medicinal applications. It'll also open up new banking access for medical marijuana operators and give them a huge tax break by finally allowing the businesses to claim tax deductions on their expenses. Right, and it creates a new expedited registration process for state medical weed licenses in the 40 states where it's legal. So with all this, you have a ton of people saying the reclassification, it's just long overdue, especially given how public attitudes and state level policies have both shifted in the last decade plus. Right, 40 states have legalized medical marijuana, 24 have legalized recreational pot, and a majority of Americans support easing restrictions on the drug. And on the note of public support, the timing here is also very notable because it comes just days after Trump appeared to openly complain about the slow pace of easing federal restrictions on illegal drugs. Back in December, you had Trump signing an executive order directing federal agencies to quickly ease restrictions on pot and make CBD more available. And over the weekend, he signed another order directing federal agencies
Hello,
to
hold on
expand
just a
research and clinical
second.
trials for
Hello? Hey. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. I don't have a preference. I don't care. Let's do the what was the first one? That one. Yeah. If you want. Yeah. Okay. Okay, see you. See you at 7. Okay. Okay, I'm back. I know you want to play. I don't want to play right now. I lost a drone. Son of a bitch, I lost a drone.
Handful of different psychedelics, including LSD and psilocybin. And actually, during a signing ceremony at the Oval Office, which featured Joe Rogan, who's of course pushed for increased access to psychedelics, Trump went off on a series of tangents that ended with him complaining to Rogan.
Fucking gangsters, fucking shitty right-wing gangsters, all fucking up the world, all in the same room. Ugh. Fucking shitty right-wing fucking gangsters. Criminals.
Rogan about how it was taking just too long to reschedule a certain drug. Though he also didn't say which drug he was actually talking about in his disconnected rambling.
And you're going to get the rescheduling done, right, please? So will you get the rescheduling done, please? You know, they're slow walking me on rescheduling. Okay, you're going to get it done, right?
And then boom, just like magic, a few days later, administration officials suddenly rescheduled marijuana. And overall, I think this is a good move. Does it negate all the other 99% of things? No, but at least as of now, this looks like a positive. But the
a little bit more sane than it was.
We gotta talk about this Mr. Beast controversy, because he is once again in the hot seat over his company's alleged culture. And this time you've got allegations of sexual harassment, retaliation, and even making an employee work while she was actively in labor. Right? And specifically what we're talking about in this story that's now been
I don't care about
this
this story, and I'm going to skip it.
Coming prize, no purchase necessary. But then for our final story of the day, do you smell something?
You suspended this pro-vaccine messaging campaign, but somehow you're spending taxpayer dollars to drink milk, shirtless in a hot tub with Kid Rock.
Oh yeah, that was RFK Jr.'s pork chop looking ass getting skewered, grilled, and marinated over 4 days and 7 separate hearings. Now, with there just being hours and hours of testimony, I can't get through everything. But there are a handful of moments that have been grabbing a lot of attention we should talk about, right? Like when he was confronted about his own words about putting black kids to work on farms and conveniently suffered a bout of amnesia.
What? Read exactly what you said. You said every black kid is now just standard. Put on Adderall, on SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence, and those kids are going to have a chance to go somewhere and get reparented. You said that if you could, you would send, quote, every black kid, again, your words, not mine, to go live on farms and work.
I have no way of saying
Oh.
anything like that.
Yeah, well, I actually have the recording that I can give to you, but it is absolutely what you said.
I do not believe that every black kid should be reparented on a wellness farm or whatever, and I have never believed that. If I said it, I apologize.
If I
I'd
said
have
it.
to see the transcript.
Right, and here's that clip that she's talking about. It's from his election campaign in 2024.
Wellness farms, rehabilitation facilities that I'm going to start in rural areas all over the country, where people, any American can go for free. Any of them who is dependent on drugs, either legal drugs or illegal drugs, psychiatric drugs, which every black kid is now just standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence. And those kids are going to have a chance to go somewhere and get reparented.
But then naturally with RFK doing a huge amount of the hearings, they centered around vaccines. Which actually, speaking of those, his CDC just yanked a study conducted by its own scientists after it showed COVID vaccines to be effective. Or with the paper finding that vaccination cut the likelihood of ER visits due to COVID by 50% and of hospitalizations
Oh, there's
by
half the
55%.
drone
But instead
cost.
of publishing it in the CDC's journal last month as it was originally supposed to be, RFK's minions just shelved it. Or with them claiming that they took issue with its methodology, but experts say that the method's a standard one that's been used for plenty of other studies in the past. And then regardless, they say that it's very unusual for agency leadership to just cancel a publication like this after it's already cleared the scientific review process and been given a publication date, especially after RFK's acting head of the CDC reportedly asked the study's authors to change its design and they refused. But of course, publishing it would have contradicted RFK's efforts to restrict vaccine access, not to mention his claim that the COVID shot was the deadliest vaccine ever made. But when he stood in front of the Senate, right, the pro-vaccine Republican Bill Cassidy fact-checked his bullshit right there on the floor. Because in support of his claim that the drop in mortality over the 20th century was due to better hygiene and sanitation and had almost nothing to do with vaccines, RFK cited 2 studies.
CDC has actually done a real study that answers that question. It's called Guyer, Guyer 2000. There's another one that came out in 1977 that was required reading in virtually every medical school that says the same thing. And actually, who's the author of that one? That one was called McKinley and McKinley.
But then, after doing a bit of research while others spoke, Cassidy served up the truth.
I've looked up the article. The quote is, "Thus, vaccination does not account for the impressive declines in mortality seen in the first half of last century. The reductions in vaccine-preventable diseases, however, are impressive." I'll condense. In the early 1920s, there were about 500,000 annual cases before the introduction of the measles vaccine in the 60s. Because of vaccines, these deaths have been virtually eliminated. So that's the complete context.
I was talking about mortality, Senator.
That's what they're saying. The deaths have been virtually eliminated. Speaking as a physician, I will say I looked up the McKinley articles. There was 3.5 million cases of measles per year before the vaccine came along, and about 550 deaths. And then the vaccine took those to less than 100, and like 0 deaths.
Also, another thing that Democrats really crucified him for were the cuts to Medicaid and Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill, which he just denied were even a thing.
There's no cut in Medicaid. Look at the CBO
So then
report
if
from
you
this
go back,
week.
then just do the math with me. Then that means that they added $3.5 trillion to the deficit. You got to find $1 trillion. You either added $1 trillion to the deficit or you cut Medicaid by $1 trillion.
I mean, do you think the Congressional Budget Office is lying?
Yeah, but the Congressional Budget
You
Office.
think they're lying?
No, they're saying that there was this.
They're
massive
saying there's a
cut.
47% increase in Medicaid.
And as it turns out, RFK is technically correct here, right? Medicaid spending will still increase. But the part that he's papering over is that the spending will increase way less than it otherwise would have had the bill never passed. Like anywhere from $665 billion to $1 trillion less over the next decade. And so whether you want to call that a cut or pick some other term, the the fact is that 7.5 million people are projected to lose their Medicaid coverage by 2034. And it's not just that. Lawmakers also questioned RFK about his HHS budget request for 2027.
Secretary Kennedy, do you think that NIH should fund less cancer research?
One of the few agencies that's gotten a raise in the budget proposal is NCI.
And that increase is less than $1 million for an institute with a $7 billion budget. Secretary Kennedy, do you think NIH should fund fewer Alzheimer's disease research grants?
I think they should be funding more.
Well, NIH's own budget documents show that last year, the NIH Institute on Aging, which administers the bulk of NIH's Alzheimer's disease research, funded 411 or 45% fewer new grants. And this is true for every disease in NIH's research portfolio.
And then, continuing on the theme of RFK fudging the numbers, he had this insane response to Elizabeth Warren's question about Trump's lies on drug prices.
He claims that Trump RX has reduced prices by as much as 600%. 600%, which I think means companies should be paying you to take their drugs.
President Trump has a different way of calculating. If there's two ways of calculating percentage. If you have a $600 drug and you reduce it to 10, that's a 600% reduction.
But you know I only have 5 minutes.
Now, y'all, let me just be very clear here. If you go from 600 to 10, that is a 98.33% decrease, not 600%. There are not two ways of calculating that. There's not alternative math here. That's just simple arithmetic. I get that a lot of people on the other side here embrace the idea of alternative facts, but the math here is just math. Even ChatGPT, when it's not hallucinating, it'll give you the right answer. Well, although, speaking of which, maybe it'll become the next head of the FDA anyway.
AI is going to revolutionize medicine, and it may at some point make FDA even irrelevant. Citizen, you know, I just was reading about a dog that had cancer, and his owner used AI to develop a personalized treatment that cured the cancer.
But putting all
What?
that silliness aside, as many have noted, RFK...
Did you
kind of
just say
seems like a
that we found a cure for dog cancer, you fucking idiot? And we have not found a cure for dog cancer. It's fucking cancer. It's tumorous cells. It's not some disease you can fucking cure, you fucking idiot. And no, he did not cure cancer. He just minimized the cancer's effect on his dog. But he didn't kill the he did not cure the cancer. It's not some disease. It's not polio. You know, it's a fucking cancerous growth. It's a way different thing. And you did not. Gonna let these drones work for a while. Oh no! Wait, approach. I got far away from my my damn drones. Never mind, just fire. Just keep firing. I got far away from my drones, and that's bad. Now they're webbing me. Ugh, I gotta remember to stop the engine immediately when I drop those drones. Or I spent like 10 minutes trying to move like 100 meters to go pick them up, which is so stupid. I don't know why they made it this slow. Okay, good. We're getting close enough now. I feel like this ship is actually significantly slower than the Gila.
To give the command to a drone requires you to have an active target.
Ouch.
very fine line during these hearings. Right on the one hand, he doesn't want to upset his Maha base, but then on the other hand, he can't upset Daddy Donald. And so in several issues, he
Daddy
either
Donald.
waffled back and forth with his answers, or he just backtracked entirely. Or like when lawmakers pressed him on
A
the measles
module has
outbreak,
run
he
out of
endorsed the
charges.
measles vaccine, but also downplayed the severity of the disease. Or like when they asked him whether he's okay with Trump's executive order increasing production of glyphosate, a cancer-causing pesticide that RFK once sued Monsanto over, and granting the company immunity from liability for its harms. And his Maha base, they might not believe this, but RFK defended the chemical is necessary for food production, arguing that Trump's order helps protect American national security. But despite all that, it looks like Trump's seen the polls showing that RFK's anti-vax agenda is unpopular among the general public, even with Republicans. Because according to the New York Times, the White House has pushed the health secretary to focus less on vaccines and more on stuff like healthy eating ahead of November's midterm. Just last week, as RFK was beginning his hearings, Trump nominated Dr. Erica Schwartz, who's actually supportive of vaccines, to lead the CDC. So we'll have to see, assuming she gets confirmed, if RFK lets her exercise any power or if they inevitably clash. Though at least while at Congress, he said that he supports her nomination, but refused to commit to accepting all of her decisions on vaccines. But that, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is the end of your Thursday Philip DeFranco show. And I actually just have some friendly housekeeping right here at the end. First, remember, I'm taking the show on the road, though it's the Crashing Out Tour. Me and my buddy Alex Perlman losing our minds together with you in 12 different cities, also maybe more soon. You can get your tickets right now at crashingouttour.com. Use presale code CRASHING, and we're already blown away by how many people got tickets. I hope you can come. 2, if you missed it, I actually uploaded 2 Philip DeFranco shows today. I had one earlier today about prior authorizations, and John Ossoff joined us. And 3, if you haven't seen it yet, watch this week's new Crashing Out episode. But with that said, thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here next time.
Oh, what's that sound? Oh.
If you're looking for a spoiler-free review of the Terran Armada DLC for Starfield, all I can really say is I do not recommend it at all. I like the concept of the story, it's an interesting idea, but they just do not do it any justice whatsoever. It is not fleshed out, it feels half-baked, it's really quite monotonous.
Yeah, Bethesda might be dying, and you know, I'm glad that we have Starfield. They're not dying. They're just like they're like shifting. Oh, what was that sound? Yeah, just kill things. I don't know. The ship is fun though. The Praxis is fun. I think it you know, it is fun. Oh, let's drop a mobile tractor unit here. The Praxis is fun to use. It is an interesting ship. It's I mean, I don't know. I didn't need to bling it. I'm realizing that, but I mean, it is a little faster. It is just a little bit faster. The sniper DPS is not what I thought. A sniper DPS drops down to like Gila speed, but they don't do any damage to you. Did you not? You didn't sick the sheep. Damn it. Let's familiar the sheep because I'm going to lose him.
A module has run out of charges.
Familiar the sheep. I'm going to equip some pet food and use it. Yeah, just get the sheep back up. There we go. Okay.
And repetitive with an awful lot of filler content. Basically,
thank you, Gopher, for the excellent content for my stream. I've liked and sub to your channel. I think you'll be an up-and-coming guy. I think you've got whatever it is, and I hope that you go somewhere with it.
Dragging it out to just be able to say, oh, this quest took so many hours. The actual interesting bits are quite fleeting.
Yeah.
The side quests are a bit of a mixed bag. Some of them are